Combe.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. Carton bras et porter la paix, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Good job. Doors be open. Order. Alors, statements by members. Déclaration de député. Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, recently some parties have suddenly discovered an interest in defending Quebec's interests, but when it's time to act in Parliament, forget about it. Quebec has some of the most strictest environmental laws, and that is why Quebec is demanding that our laws continue to apply when Ottawa intervenes. That is what I proposed yesterday in committee. Well, all the parties voted against, because when it's actually time to choose between Quebec's interests and Canada's interests, the three Federalist parties always choose Canada, and too bad for Quebec. All the parties voted against the measures that would have protected Quebec if Energy East is revived. They also voted against measures that would protect British Columbia against the imposition of Trans Mountain. In fact, there is going to be a demonstration against Trans Mountain on Sunday in Montreal, and I would invite you all to join me and tell our elected members that it's up to Quebec and the provinces to decide what happens on their land.
Honorable député de Montarville.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, children are the future. The organization Curling for Kids was founded in 1999 by Mr. Sears, who wanted to give back funds to the hospital that had saved the life of his daughter. 20 years have gone by since that, and today there are so many clubs throughout Quebec organizing events in order to bring together community and collect funds for children. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I rise today in the House to announce that the Montbruno Curling Club collected $20,000 during a Curling for Kids event on the 7th of April. Throughout Quebec, more than $400,000 were raised in 2018 and given to the Sainte-Justine Hospital Foundation and to the Montreal Children's Hospital. I would therefore like to take this moment to thank them from the bottom of my heart and to thank all partners throughout Quebec, like Montbruno Curling, for their commitment to children.
For Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to rise in the House today to praise and bring attention in this place to the upcoming Yorkton Film Festival. The Yorkton Film Festival is the longest-running film festival in North America. It was established in 1947, and this will be their 71st year of celebrating short films. In 1956, they instituted the Golden Sheaf Awards. Filmmakers originating from Netherlands, India, Sweden, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, Norway, France, and the United States all competed for our Canadian prize. It surprises many that Yorkton, a small city of 16,000 plus people in the heart of Saskatchewan, has managed to continually pull off one of the most prominent film festivals in the world with class and perfection. But it's not a surprise to me. And I'm honored to be presenting the Golden Sheaf Telefilm Award at the Yorkton Film Festival Red Carpet Dinner this coming Saturday evening.
Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay special recognition to an incredible community organization. The Streetsville Lions Club is a community-based group of volunteers chartered by the International Association of Lions Clubs. Founded in 1952, Lions meet the needs of local communities and the world every day because they share a core belief: to serve their community. The club organizes and assists with implementing a number of events in the Streetsville community. On May 10th, the club sponsored a dinner event to show their appreciation for their volunteers. I was disappointed that I could not share in the celebrations. So, Mr. Speaker, please allow me to use my time here in the House to express my gratitude and support for the Streetsville Lions Club, and to congratulate and thank the wonderful people who volunteer to make our community better every single day. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Karabakh Movement, a monumental event for the global Armenian community. In 1991, the people of Artsakh declared independence from the Soviet Union and their aspiration for a Nagorno-Karabakh republic. The region's residents, primarily ethnically Armenian, then held a referendum in which 82% of all voters participated and 99% voted for independence. Unfortunately, war then broke out between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Despite a 1994 ceasefire, long-term peace and a durable political solution have been absent, and since 2016, innocent lives are lost on an almost daily basis. This House must affirm our commitment to the protection and human rights of civilians and call on all parties to strictly adhere to the terms of the ceasefire. More fundamentally, we call on the Canadian government to work for a just solution to the conflict, one that conforms with international law and is built on the inalienable right to self-determination of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Agincourt.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the First Republic of Armenia was founded 100 years ago.
On May 28, 1918, provided hope to thousands of refugees and a home to the Armenian people in the wake of the Armenian genocide. It also represented, for the first time since 1375, that the Armenian people could lay claim to a country of their own. Only 2 years after its founding in 1918, Armenia was invaded by the Soviet Union, leaving its people, who had so recently achieved their freedom, once again without their own nation. With the collapse of the Soviet Union in September 1991, Armenia regained its independence and remains free to this day. This year, during the month of May, Canadians of Armenian background and communities around the world will celebrate this milestone and remember the sacrifices made by the Armenian people. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, this week I had the honor of speaking at an event hosted with the Munk School of Global Affairs in Toronto, highlighting the desperate plight of Crimean Tatars in Russian-occupied Ukraine. This event featured a presentation by Crimean Tatar leader Mustafa Zemilev, as well as a number of academics. I would like to salute the courageous advocacy of the Crimean Tatar community, as well as the Ukrainian community and Ukrainian government who have stood with them. The Ukrainian Embassy in Canada co-hosted this event. Ukraine provides a home to people from a range of different cultural backgrounds. The Kremlin, by contrast, imposes its brutal will on all those within its empire. Mr. Speaker, the ongoing abuse of Crimean Tatars is one of many under-discussed human rights issues, highlighting the brokenness of our international system. Powerful autocrats like Putin undertake human rights abuses themselves and defend abuses by smaller client states. There is no effective enforcement of international human rights. If anything, capacity for enforcement is declining. For the sake of Crimean Tatars, other Ukrainians in occupied areas, and all other victims around the world, we must face up to the brokenness of our international system and do more to fix it.
Hear, hear. Honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, as parliamentarians, we are unanimous in recognizing and respecting the hard work of our committed staff members, regardless of party affiliation. Long hours, tough files, complex issues being dealt with in an intense and public forum is a difficult day at the office for a Hill staffer. I rise today to recognize a friend and colleague who first arrived on Parliament Hill 20 years ago today. Bright-eyed and bushy-headed, Jamie Innes came from his native New Brunswick, heeding the call to public service. From the government side to the opposition side, back to the government side, Jamie's worked for MPs, he's been a trusted advisor to various ministers, and played a critical role in the House Leader's office back in the opposition days. His hard work, patience, and integrity has earned him the friendship and respect of his peers, and his sharp political instinct has yielded great equity in his advice. 20 years later, his hair's a little thinner, his skin's a little bit thicker, but he still has that passion for public service, and that remains constant. For 2 decades of service to this place, join me in congratulating our friend Jamie Innes.
Hear, hear.
I don't know why he wants surplus hair anyway.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to warmly welcome 25 students from the University of Michigan who will be spending the next month on the Hill. During their summer political science class, these students will have the opportunity to acquire experience and knowledge about our parliamentary operations by working in the Hill offices, through meeting dignitaries, and by exploring and learning about life and culture in Canada. It is an honour and a pleasure to see so much young talent and so much enthusiasm for politics.
Getting the opportunity to learn more about Canadian politics and parliamentary affairs, the program also promotes a positive exchange between Canada and the United States. And I know that this chamber will show these students that politics can indeed be a positive thing. I wholeheartedly wish them the best of luck for their endeavours here in Ottawa and beyond. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, as we approach the 13th annual Victims of Survivors of Crime Week, which gets underway this Sunday, we must acknowledge the struggles of families who still are waiting to get justice as a result of unacceptable delays in our judicial system. Dwayne Demkiw of Alberta was murdered in May of 2015. However, his family lives in Saskatoon, is being forced to wait until 2019 for his accused murderer to stand trial. As of May 4th, there are still many judicial vacancies in Alberta's Court of Queen's Bench alone, and there are well over 50 judicial vacancies across this country. These vacancies do nothing but cause further hurt for victims of crime, such as the Demkiw family. There is no excuse why this government should allow these vacancies to be left unfulfilled, and no excuse on why victims of crime should be denied justice.
The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, Michael Haddad.
Depuis climate change champion. Aujourd'hui, il est là parmi.
Today, he is here because he has come to Canada to walk 100 kilometers to the North Pole. He is paralyzed from the toes to the chest since the age of 6 years old, and he has been overcoming challenges for humanity so that he can make people aware of climate change. Why the North Pole? Well, we are all aware that this area is changing because there has been an increase in ice melt.
Are coordinating to introduce this scientific challenge endorsed by the United Nations to the world as making Michael walk the North Pole is exactly like putting a person to walk on the moon. Merci, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. You symbolize courage itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the honour of hosting a consultation on young people, addictions and mental health at the Bellwood Health Centre in Don Valley West. This roundtable included 25 participants, including young people suffering from addiction, professionals, as well as community associations. Most adults who have mental health issues have said that the first symptoms actually appeared during their adolescence. However, only 1 young people out of 4 receives the care they need. Stigmatization continues to be a plague, and we must talk about it. I would like to thank all the participants at this round table. Together, we will continue to find innovative solutions to help our young people.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, the City of Medicine Hat is able to provide affordable, stable, natural gas-generated electricity to residents and industry. In the past several months, the City has announced new investments worth hundreds of millions of dollars by companies coming to our city, in part because of the availability of reliable electricity. These two companies combined will have a daily electrical demand of up to 80 megawatts, will provide nearly 500 permanent jobs to our community, and help us grow and diversify our economy. Natural gas-generated electricity is a viable and clean source of energy. Natural gas will be there when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow. The City of Medicine Hat has recognized the need to provide a favorable investment climate that will assure continued growth in natural gas-fired electricity. Lower energy costs has resulted in Medicine Hat growing its economy, creating jobs while reducing emissions, all without a new tax. I invite the Minister of Environment to visit my city and see how we can move economy and environment forward without a carbon tax.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, it's every Canadian's responsibility to promote mental wellness in our communities. Je suis fier.
I am proud to tell this House that I recently held a roundtable on mental health here in Ottawa, as well as a town hall meeting on mental health in my Guelph riding.
These two events provided me a unique opportunity to consult with mental health experts, service providers, and most importantly, with my constituents. Canadians deeply care for each other's mental health, and together we can develop innovative and collaborative community-based programs to help those who are suffering. I'm confident there's a role for members in this House to make a positive difference for Canadians, leveraging unprecedented investment funds available to build healthy, compassionate, and resilient communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, May 24th is International Women's Day for Disarmament, a day when women legislators jointly express our deep concern about the existential threats to humanity and the environment from climate change, nuclear weapons, and unresolved international conflicts, in particular those between nuclear-reliant nations. Tomorrow, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres will call on governments, parliaments, and civil society to take action to end the threat of nuclear war. I've joined other women parliamentarians in expressing support for the UN General Assembly decision for a high-level conference on disarmament to advance effective measures to build a framework for a nuclear weapon-free world. As women representatives, we're proud of our home countries and our national identities, but we also recognize a common humanity. We recognize the need to collaborate in building a peaceful, secure, sustainable, just world. I invite my fellow Canadian women legislators to join me in supporting this initiative for peace.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, time and again this government has turned its back on victims, from opposing mandatory sentences to failing to appoint a victims ombudsman after 6 months. Now this government is watering down sentences with Bill C-75. Bill C-75 makes serious indictable offences prosecutable by way of summary conviction. As a result, serious offences including participating in a terrorist organization, kidnapping a minor, and impaired driving causing bodily harm can be punishable with a mere fine. There can be no justice for victims when terrorists, kidnappers, and impaired drivers are able to walk away scot-free. Bill C-75 is an absolute travesty. Victims of crime deserve better than this government.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the launch of Representatives Against Hunger, a Food Banks Canada initiative in which elected representatives are asked to raise awareness about hunger in their communities. Every day, food banks across the country work hard to raise food and funds necessary to assist over 860,000 people. There are 3 exceptional food banks in King Township and Vaughan which provide crucial, compassionate service and bring our neighbourhoods together to help fight local hunger. They are King Township Food Bank, run by Carol Ann Trabert, Humanity First Food Bank in Concord, run by Dr. Aslam Dowd, and the Vaughan Food Bank, run by Peter Wixon. Behind these individuals are teams of dedicated volunteers and donors, working tirelessly to support the less fortunate in our communities. I encourage my colleagues to develop strong relationships with their local food banks, even fast for a day to experience what it's like not to have enough to eat. I want you to take this important conversation online using the hashtag Reps Against Hunger. My hope and the hope of Food Banks Canada is that hunger in this country will be eliminated, and one day will no longer.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister affirmed that he would consider amendments to his bill. This would allow the Liberal government to campaign using taxpayers' money and would allow for American interference in our elections. Will he tell Elections Canada to implement this legislative measure, not to implement it until certain amendments are adopted? Mr. Speaker, we're very proud that many of the recommendations that we put forward to Election Canada were recommendations made by Elections Canada, especially after the Conservative government really wrecked our electoral system and made it more difficult for Canadians to vote and made it easier to use money to convince Canadians to vote for them. Happily, that didn't work, and we are improving our system.
Inform the opposition parties of his intention to appoint Saskatchewan's Michael Boda as Canada's new Chief Electoral Officer. But just recently, the Prime Minister changed his mind with absolutely no explanation. Can the Prime Minister please explain exactly why he rescinded Michael Boda's appointment?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after a rigorous, open, merit-based process, we are happy to have chosen Stéphane Perrault as the most qualified candidate for the position of Chief Electoral Officer. With over 20 years serving in government, he has extensive knowledge and understanding of the Canada Elections Act and the Canadian parliamentary system. We have every confidence that under his continued leadership, Elections Canada will be more than ready for the 2019 federal election. We have submitted an excellent candidate to this House and hope that all members confirm his appointment.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister refused to answer this question yesterday, so I'll try again today. One fact in the recent violent confrontations along the Israel-Gaza border is undeniable. The riots that led to those tragic deaths were deliberately orchestrated by the terrorist group Hamas. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister's statement last week ignored Hamas's involvement and instead blamed Israel, the most democratic, pluralistic nation in the region. Will the Prime Minister apologize for his poorly worded statement and finally join me in condemning Hamas for the role they played and explain his silence yesterday?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last week I spoke directly with Prime Minister Netanyahu and explained to him that regardless of which country was involved, any time a foreign military sniper shoots a Canadian citizen, a Canadian civilian, we will have questions about that. We will stand up and express how concerned we are and ask to know exactly what happened. A Canadian doctor was shot by an Israeli sniper. This is something that we have to actually push back on and ask how that happened.
The Honourable Leader. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
How about pushing back on the fact that this entire incident was orchestrated by a terrorist group, Hamas? This is shameful, Mr. Speaker. Here we are a week later, after the world has seen Hamas putting innocent civilians in harm's way just to achieve this very type of tragic incident. And this Prime Minister continues to place the blame unilaterally on Israel, a country that goes out of its way to minimize civilian casualties. Will the Prime Minister finally do what the entire international community has already done, condemn Hamas and recognize its role in this tragic event?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have on this side of the House repeatedly condemned the violence, including the incitement to violence by Hamas. But I will express once again that I am proud that Canada is one of those countries in which support for Israel and friendship with Israel goes beyond partisan lines. And our government has continued to be a friend to Israel. There is, in fact, only one issue on which we deeply disagree with the Conservatives in regards to Israel, is we don't think it should be a partisan domestic issue.
Order. Yesterday, I asked a member for St. Albert Edmonton not to be yelling when someone else has the floor. I ask him again not to do that. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canada used to have one voice when it spoke to the issue in the region until this Prime Minister changed the government's position when it comes to Israel. This Prime Minister has politicized this issue by failing to condemn Hamas until a week later, by placing the blame unilaterally on Israel and ignoring the fact that Hamas put those innocent civilians in harm's way deliberately. Why did the Prime Minister take so long to acknowledge the role that a terrorist organization had in this world? Why is he politicizing our relationship with Israel?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, how quickly they forget. In the 2015 election campaign, I had protesters outside the home of a Jewish leader in Toronto because he had dared support the Liberal Party in our election. That leaders within the Jewish community actually stepped forward and supported a different party than theirs. The politicization of the Israeli question has been done by them, and it is shameful and unhelpful to the kind of pluralistic democracy we are. We will always be a friend to Israel on this side.
The Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néjet. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Néjet, Témiscouata, Basque. Mr. Speaker, the government's 2015 platform, and I quote, "We will respect our commitment made to the G7 and we will gradually move away from subsidies to fossil fuels." They not only have no plan for this, but they're giving a blank check to Kinder Morgan. Will they finally respect their promise and not give this subsidy to gas and oil? Mr. Speaker, together with our G20 partners, we committed to gradually get away from fossil fuels between now and 2025, and we're well on the way to doing so. Canada can develop its resources while keeping to our plan, and that is why we are for the Trans Mountain Expansion Plan, which would create thousands of jobs, and we are making considerable investments in our plan to protect our oceans and our country, and that to the tune of billions of dollars. The Honourable Member. These are just words, Mr. Speaker. They have no intention, no plan to deal with oil and gas. Now, how much is it going to cost to deal with Kinder Morgan? They can't answer because they don't want to negotiate publicly. When will they make public the figure? What will it be? 500 million, a billion, 5 billion? What is the ceiling for this subsidy to Kinder Morgan. The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're a government that respects the fact that we want to make sure we have economic growth and that we protect the environment. With respect to Kinder Morgan, we have strengthened measures, we have additional measures for Kinder Morgan to get the approval. It's to get. People have to understand that a government can deliver on its commitments. And that's why we are working with the company, with stakeholders across the country to make sure that this project goes forward because it's in the interest of the nation.
Canada's efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions are in shambles. The government committed to abolish fossil fuel subsidies by 2025, but the Auditor General concluded that the government had no intentions to do so. The betrayal does not end there. What's worse, the Liberals now want to bail out a Texas-based oil company. Canadians do not want to give a handout to a U.S. big oil company. So why are the Liberals giving a blank check to Kinder Morgan?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, together with our G20 partners, we've committed to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by the year 2025. We are on track to meet this target. And unfortunately, the NDP continue to say that we haven't done anything, but in Budget 2016, we announced the expiration of the tax write-offs on capital investments in LNG facilities. In Budget 2017, we announced the elimination of certain tax credits for exploration expenses in the oil and gas sector in certain cases. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to growing the economy and protecting the environment at the same time. The NDP and the Conservatives still think there's a choice to be made. We know they go to...
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Not according to the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister promised to abolish fossil fuel subsidies, and that was made with other G7 countries. And he made this commitment over and over again. And as we approach the next G7 summit, the world will be watching, and the lack of Canadian leadership will be glaring. Rather than paying off a Texas-based oil company and their fat cat shareholders, will the government end fossil fuel subsidies and invest in a transition for energy workers toward a future in sustainable energy?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the lack of concern by the NDP for the hard-working Albertans in our oil and gas sector is disheartening. As I said to them when I was out there, we recognize that the Trans Mountain expansion is in the national interest, that ensuring that we continue to get good prices for our resources while we move forward towards a lower carbon economy is exactly what all Canadians expect. We are pleased to have found that project in the national interest. We will get that project built despite the naysaying by the NDP.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Finance Department has calculated the cost of the federally imposed carbon tax on the average Canadian family. I obtained the documents. It's just that all the numbers are blacked out. Now, many are calling it a cover-up. A carbon tax cover-up, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is here today. He could uncensor those documents and end this carbon tax cover-up and tell Canadians what this tax will cost them.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past couple of years, we've done two things that are completely foreign to the Conservative Party. One of them is actually take real action on reducing our carbon emissions. The second is to work collaboratively with the provinces instead of setting them up as enemies. What we're doing is we're working with the provinces so they can establish their plans to reduce their carbon emissions, which include putting a price on carbon pollution. And they will determine how they will be returning the money collected from that price on pollution to their citizens. So speculation about what it costs.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, we wouldn't have to speculate if the Prime Minister would just uncensor the documents that would tell us. Now, his plan, he says, don't worry. He's going to raise taxes on working-class consumers, but he'll give the money back to provincial politicians to spend. This is his version of trickle-down economics. He takes money from the people who earn it, gives it to politicians, and expects us to believe that a few drops will trickle down to the people who earned it in the first place? Why doesn't he uncover the cost, tell the truth, and indicate how much this tax will cost the average family?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what the Conservatives simply don't understand is that growing the economy for the future requires us to also be protecting future generations. That means being smart about reducing the amount of carbon emissions, reducing the pollution we're putting in, by putting a price on pollution, by encouraging better choices by industry, by citizens. We know that we are creating a sustainable future for everyone. That's why for 10 years they made no choices, no leadership on the environment, and couldn't build a strong economy.
Order. I've heard quite a bit from the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake East, and the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grassland Study, but they haven't had the floor, so we shouldn't hear from them in that case, as they understand, I'm sure. The honourable member for Carleton has the floor.
Well, he's used his better choices line again. Nothing could better indicate how much he is out of touch. This millionaire prime minister told British Columbians, who are paying $1.60 a litre for gas, that they just need to make better choices if they want to stop overpaying to get from A to B. But furthermore, the prime minister wants to charge the GST on top of the carbon tax. He'll raise $250 million in BC and Alberta alone. How much money will his government take from taxpayers in this tax on the tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite likes to talk about taxes, but you notice he doesn't explain why he voted against raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% and lowering them on the middle class. That's the first thing we did. And then he wanted to continue to send child benefit checks to millionaire families instead of actually giving more money to the families who need it. Our Canada Child Benefit gives more money to 9 out of 10 Canadian families and is lifting hundreds of thousands of kids across this country out of poverty. Those are the choices that we've made, and we're going to continue to make them despite there being...
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister promised before the last election that he, because he's a millionaire, would stop taking child care benefits. And now he is taking taxpayer-funded nanny services for his kids while making everybody else pay for their child care out of their own pockets. On the issue of taxes, the Fraser Institute has calculated that 80% of middle-class taxpayers are paying more since this Prime Minister took office. $800 more. How much will those same families have to pay in higher carbon tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
In French, Mr. Speaker, we say le naturel revient au galop. As soon as they get in a place they don't like, they start attacking personally, they start slamming someone and throwing mud. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, we lowered taxes for the middle class, raised them on the wealthiest 1%. And the study that they're talking about actually doesn't even count the Canada Child Benefit. What I think Canadians would want to hear is, will they then change back the Canada Child Benefit to benefit millionaires and take money out of the pockets of the poorest in Canada? Because that's what they want.
The honourable member
De Beauport,
for Beauport, Côte-Beaupré et d'Orléans-Charlevoix. The G7 summit is going to be taking place in my riding in Malbaie next June. And the public have questions and want answers about the significant costs. For some weeks now, major transformations have altered the region's magnificent surroundings and have necessitated major expenditures. We're 3 weeks from the G7. Can the Prime Minister tell us what the G7 will cost us? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me say that I am extremely proud to be able to invite world leaders to the magnificent Charlevoix region. I know that the people there are proud to welcome the world, to show people how beautiful it is. I will be going This week, this afternoon, I'll be going to Charlevoix to meet with the mayors and other people there to answer their questions, as we've been doing for several months, to talk about how this will be a great success for them, for our country, and for the world. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent, yes, we all hope that this will be a great success. But there may be demonstrations in Quebec City. Now, sometimes when there are demonstrations, things go sideways. Now, last week, the Minister of Family was not able to say whether there would be compensation. The Mayor of Quebec said, I want business people to be reassured and that if there is damage, they will be indemnified. If, unfortunately, there is violence, how will Canada reimburse the victims? Mr. Speaker, we're working with the Mayor of Quebec City and all officials responsible. We know how important it is for citizens to be able to express themselves, but we want to ensure that this is done respecting law and order. This is why we're working with local police, the Sûreté du Québec, so that citizens, business people, everyone can feel safe during this extraordinary meeting of the G7 that will take place in Charlevoix. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, the government has decided to tax cannabis, medical cannabis, in C-74. Canadians who have a prescription already have to spend hundreds, even thousands of dollars to meet their needs. The Liberals had a chance to rectify things in committee, but they dismissed NDP amendments. How can the Minister of Finance explain that the 260,000 patients in Canada who use cannabis for medical reasons will have to pay this extra bill? The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, we're legalizing cannabis to better protect our young people and our committees and to protect them from the black market. We know that at the present time, many users, many recreational users, sometimes use medical prescriptions to get their recreational cannabis. We want things to be regulated properly, and we will work with people in the medical field to make sure that medical cannabis
His way.
Many Canadians rely on medical cannabis as a key part of their healthcare treatment. However, unlike prescription drugs, patients have to pay sales tax on medical cannabis, and it's not eligible for reimbursement under most health insurance plans. Now, the Liberals are imposing an additional excise tax that will further impair access to the medicine they need. Mr. Speaker, this is unfair to patients, and it's damaging to public health. Will the Liberals do the right thing and withdraw this ill-advised tax on medicine?
Very good.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are legalizing regulating cannabis sales because we know we need to better protect our kids and protect our communities from the impact of organized crime. That's why we're doing this. We recognize that under the current prohibition, the medical marijuana system actually purveys an awful lot of recreational cannabis to users. This situation will shift significantly once we have a legalized regime in place, and we are going to be working with the medical marijuana community to ensure that those who use marijuana as medications don't suffer undue extra penalties. That is something we've committed to. We're going to work responsibly towards that.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
In 8 days, Mr. Speaker, in 8 days, Kinder Morgan will be making a decision on the Trans Mountain Expansion project. So far, this Prime Minister's only solution is to make taxpayers pay for the project that was privately funded. For 2.5 years, the Prime Minister has completely failed to defend Canadian resources. Will he finally show some leadership and tell Canadians what his plan is for the next 8 days?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our plan is to get that pipeline built because it's in the national interest, because it's part of both growing the economy and protecting the environment together. As the members know, we are working right now in financial discussions with the proponent. We're ensuring that we're able to move forward in a responsible way. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to do what's in the national interest. The national interest is to build that pipeline so we can get our resources responsibly and sustainably to new markets across the Pacific.
Député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, we are witnessing a constitutional crisis. And who's paying for this failure? Canadian families, people working in the natural resource sector. The PM's inability to manage the Trans Mountain situation is making provincial governments turn to the courts. The Prime Minister has completely failed, has not shown leadership on this file. What does he intend to do to get this underway again? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're still hearing from these Conservatives, but under Stephen Harper, they did what they could they talked a good game about supporting Alberta, but they did nothing. They weren't able to deliver because they didn't understand that we have to grow the economy while protecting the environment. They couldn't protect the environment and they couldn't build the economy. What we are going to do is completely something else.
There's empty words, and there are only 8 days left until the deadline for the Trans Mountain expansion. The Prime Minister caused this crisis. He's damaging confidence in Canada. The President of ATCO says, quote, the delay of those projects is almost as good as a cancellation. The Prime Minister has already killed 4 major energy projects in Canada worth $84 billion, and investment is leaving Canada at historic rates. What is the Prime Minister actually doing to stop energy investment from leaving Canada, along with the hundreds of thousands of jobs that go with it?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of failure by Stephen Harper to get even 1 kilometre of new pipeline to new markets built, we are getting it done. We have approved the Kinder Morgan TMX pipeline expansion under a strengthened process that brings in Indigenous communities, that respects science, that gets the social license that so completely evaded the previous government because Canadians didn't trust them. Canadians didn't believe that they had the best interests of Canada and Canadians at heart. What that means is we're growing the economy, we're protecting the environment.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Look, Mr. Speaker, last month the Prime Minister and the Ministers of Finance and Natural Resources all promised a law to provide certainty for Trans Mountain. But there's still no law and there's still no plan. The Prime Minister's failure harms Canada's reputation in the world and risks future energy development. The CEO of Goodread Investment Council says, quote, this is going to make other companies, other projects, all pause and say, what if? We need strong political leadership here, and I don't think we're getting it. So can the Prime Minister answer? Where is the legislation he promised Canadians?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if one actually listens to the Conservative members, one realizes that they are actually hinging an awful lot of their political survival on us not getting the pipeline built. We are going to get that pipeline built, and I look forward to seeing what the Conservatives have to say once construction season starts, once shovels are in the ground, once we deliver on this pipeline to new markets that they were unable to do. Would they be happy then, or will they be miserable that it was this government that got it done for Alberta?
The Honourable Member.
I'd ask the member for Chilliwack Hope and others to come to order and not to be speaking when someone else has the floor or calling out, as much as I like the voice of the member for Chilliwack Hope.
The Honourable Member for.
Alors.
Order.
The Honourable Member for
Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Liberals said that they were open to working with opposition parties, and today they're threatening to limit debate on the election reform bill. They're doing exactly what Stephen Harper did in 2014. Any change? No. If they want to get the bill adopted by the summer, there are other potential solutions. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party commit to working with us to find a solution and not limit debate on the elections reform? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are eager to debate this bill at committee. We know that there are many witnesses across the country, members who are going to want to sit down and work at committee in order to make suggestions, improve the bill. So I think that this is an important part of the work. We're very eager for the bill to go to committee precisely so that the NDP and the Conservative Party and others are be able to contribute their perspectives to the bill. So that's why we're very happy to send it soon to committee so that the work can be done.
For Skeena Bulkley Valley.
No, that's not true. The Prime Minister had a deadline to fix the damage done by the previous Conservative government to our election laws. And for 18 months, they did nothing. And now they're panicking and actually threatening to shut down debate in Parliament just hours after it started. New Democrats have made a proposal to properly study the bill, get out on the road to talk to Canadians, and still allow the passage of this bill to get Elections Canada doing their job for us. So let's find out which path this Prime Minister is going to choose. Is he willing to work with us, or is he going to follow the dangerous one set by Stephen Harper?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is in fact the fourth day of debate on the elections bill, and we are looking forward to sending it to committee so that the member opposite and all members are able to weigh in and make their concrete recommendations to improve this piece of legislation. Yes, we know that Elections Canada rules need to be improved after the Conservatives broke them. That's why we look forward to having robust discussions at committee so the work can actually get done and delivered in time for Canadians in the next election.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No community should ever have to go through what Lake Megantic did on July 6, 2013. All Canadians remember the 47 people who perished in the tragedy, and we stand with those whose lives forever changed. On May 11th, the Right Honourable Prime Minister went to Lake Megantic to make an important announcement. Could he share that with us here? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Alfred Pellant for his question. It's one that is important for all Quebecers and Canadians. For 5 years, the people of Lake Megantic have been working hard to reestablish their community, their city, and to build a better future. On May 11th, with the Minister of Finance, I announced that we had reached an agreement in principle with the Quebec government with a view to jointly funding the bypass route for the railway. We know that some injuries will never be healed, but we hope that this will mark a new departure for the people of Lac Megantic. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the investigation underway on the Minister of Fisheries shows that there were blatant lacks of ethics, and it's not over. A company that didn't meet the criteria was allocated a lucrative quota by the Minister of Fisheries, and the contract was awarded to the brother of a Liberal MP, another Liberal member, and then there's the Minister's family. When, Mr. Speaker, did the Prime Minister learn that Liberal partisans and the Minister's family would benefit from this lucrative contract? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our decision to include the participation of Indigenous peoples is part of our work to renew relations with Indigenous peoples. Broadening access to the surf clam fishery is a step towards reconciliation. When the Conservatives undertook a similar process, they chose to exclude Indigenous peoples. The Minister will continue to work with the Commissioner of Ethics and to follow advice. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, The investigation underway on the Minister of Fisheries shows that with the good old Liberal culture, the more things change, the more they stay the same. There's favoritism for everyone, from the big Liberal family to the uncles, Liberal cousins, Liberal friends, and anything goes in order to please those people. It's a scandal. When did the Prime Minister learn that all Liberal partisans and the Minister's family would benefit from this lucrative contract? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what Canadians need to understand is that despite the unfounded accusations that are being thrown out from time to time by the Conservatives in this place, we have an ethics commissioner in place who is responsible for ensuring that there is no conflict of interest or lack of interest. What we do on this side of the House is have confidence in and work with the Commissioner. We know that it's an important job, that we need to respect it, despite partisanship, that the petty partisanship we're seeing on the part of the Conservatives on a regular basis.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Ethics Commissioner gets into his formal investigation of the Fisheries Minister, he's going to find very clear evidence in the Minister's own handwriting of his interference in the bidding process for a very lucrative clam harvesting license. Mr. Speaker, this is a confected company that didn't meet the bid criteria, with close Liberal Party and family connections, that didn't even own a boat and was awarded a very valuable quota by the Minister. Again, will the Prime Minister remove this minister from this tainted file and restart the bid process?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our decision to introduce Indigenous participation is consistent with our commitment to developing a renewed relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples. Enhancing access to the Arctic surf clam fishery broadens the distribution of benefits from this public resource and is a powerful step towards reconciliation. When the Conservatives went through a very similar process to increase access to this fishery, they chose to exclude Indigenous peoples. As to the matter raised by the member, our member will continue to work with this Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner and follow his...
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the question now is when was the Prime Minister made aware that Liberal partisans and the Minister's family would benefit from this lucrative, rigged contract?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we have a situation in which the Conservatives are flinging mud, throwing groundless accusations out across the floor of the House of Commons as if it were true. Now, what is reassuring to members in this House, and indeed to all Canadians watching, is that we have a Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner whose job is to get to the facts of the matter, not the partisan spin and the angry attacks. We trust the Ethics Commissioner, work with the Ethics Commissioner, and support him in the important job he does.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Vancouver just banned plastic straws and lids. Montreal has banned plastic bags. Tofino, Edmonton, and Saskatoon are close behind. But the Prime Minister thinks he can lead a discussion about ocean plastics at the G7 while doing nothing here at home. Municipalities are filling the leadership void because the Liberals' Ocean Protection Plan still doesn't even mention combating plastic pollution. With World Oceans Day and the G7 only 2 weeks away, is the Prime Minister just looking for another photo op, or will he actually explain his plan to protect Canada's waters from plastic pollution?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the protection of our oceans continues to be a priority for this government. On top of the $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan, which will bring world-class protection to our coasts, we're moving forward with this year with a significant amount of leadership on protecting our oceans. From a roundtable on plastics at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland to the leadership was shown as we were at the Commonwealth a few weeks ago, to our leadership at the G7 on moving forward on plastics, to our leadership in co-hosting a meeting in Nairobi, Kenya on our oceans this fall. Canada continues to lead
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Now, Mr. Speaker, when I drive the 407 like other Canadians, I expect at least my name and address to be kept private, not shared around with a bunch of dodgy Conservative nomination races. The 407 data scandal is Exhibit A as to why we need to have political parties held accountable and brought under the Privacy Act. If this Prime Minister is pushing through his electoral reform bill, whose privacy protections are about as reliable as a pinky swear from a party operative, I mean, come on. Why is he ignoring the call of the Privacy Commissioner to hold political parties accountable?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it would be easier to believe the high dudgeon from the member opposite if it weren't for the fact that on this side of the House, we are moving forward with open and transparent public financing. We have invited the media in to our financing events. The NDP and the Conservatives still refuse to open up and to publicly announce their fundraising efforts. If the member opposite is so serious about transparency and openness, perhaps he could do like we do and invite the media to his next private fundraiser.
Honorable Député de Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haut-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker. Not only is the Liberal government allowing ISIL combatants to return to Canada, but he's also allowing these murderers to live freely as if nothing had happened. Yesterday, the Minister of Public Safety stated that under our government, no combatants had been arrested upon their return. Either the Minister is ill-informed or he lacks the courage to tell the truth. Is the Prime Minister waiting for a tragic incident to occur before taking on his responsibilities and taking them seriously? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, the Conservatives are focusing on division and fear. Our security and police agencies take all potential threats seriously and have many measures many tools available to them when these threats exist. We know that they are doing their job and that they're doing a good job. It's troubling to hear the Conservatives say that they want elected officials to intervene and tell police officers how to do their job. On this side of the House, we will continue to have confidence in the
Député de Charlebourg, Haut-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member for Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, never. Well, in fact, the Prime Minister shows on a daily basis that his government doesn't take Canadian safety seriously. He's reinventing history. He's accusing our government of having cut the funds for the CBSA, but we've proved the contrary. Then he says that under our government, no Islamic combatant had been arrested. And Canadians remember our record on fighting terrorism. It's a matter of conviction and courage, Mr. Speaker. So, could the Prime Minister wake up his minister and get him to understand once and for all that the security of Canadians, the safety of Canadians is our top priority? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives can't deny the fact that during their last mandate as a majority, they cut $400 million from the Border Services Agency. And those are the types of steps that affect our security adversely. We are changing that. We respect the work of our Border Services officers, our police officers. We're doing everything needed to protect Canadians, and the fear-based policy vehicled by the Conservatives is not something that will help keep us safe.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Our government did introduce laws that gave law enforcement officials better tools to keep us safe from terrorists, which this government has weakened. We sent resources to help keep our allies in the combat to help the spread of ISIS. By contrast with this Prime Minister, we didn't pay for poetry lessons for ISIS terrorists or remove Canada from the fight to contain ISIS or vote against a motion to declare genocide against victims of ISIS. So, for the love of all that's holy, will this Prime Minister seek justice for the victims of Abu Huzaifa?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'm just going to take issue with plenty of what the member opposite said, but one specific where we didn't engage and we withdrew some of our support in the fight against ISIS in the Middle East. On contrary, we are pleased with the extraordinary work that the men and women of the Canadian forces did in northern Iraq in helping with the retaking of Mosul, of the significant impact on the ground that we had. We can be proud of the work the Canadian forces did to degrade and defeat ISIL. We were part of that, despite what the Conservatives say.
The Honourable Member for Rome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, We know that a strong and competitive dairy industry is essential to Canada's prosperity, that it creates good jobs and puts high-quality dairy products on the tables of Canadians. In my riding of Rome-Missisquoi and across Quebec, we have the best dairy producers in the world. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister tell us about recent investments by our government in the Canadian dairy industry? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Brome-Missisquoi for his question. Thanks to the Dairy Farm Investment Program, our government has funded more than $66 million for dairy producers, $26 million for dairy producers in Quebec. Thanks to the investment funds in the processing of dairy products, we have provided $24 million for dairy processors, including $10 million in Quebec. Our government will continue to invest to protect and defend our dairy producers across the country.
Honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, Omnitrax announced it was closing the Port of Churchill, devastating the economies of communities along the rail line. Rather than considering all offers to get this railway up and running, this Prime Minister is picking winners and losers. A potential buyer, which includes Indigenous partners, has announced, "We have halted our negotiations because of interference from the federal government." Why are the Liberals interfering and limiting the options for this line to get running again?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the importance of the rail line to the people of Churchill and the surrounding area. Our priority remains the safety and well-being of the people impacted by the loss of rail service. We will continue to work closely with the town of Churchill, the province of Manitoba, and others in support of the immediate and long-term interests of the region. No negotiations with any parties will be conducted in public, but if the member opposite really wants to help, she can call up her friend Merv Tweed, former Conservative MP at Omnitrax, and tell him to make the right deal for Canadians and for Churchill.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, our dairy producers are once again facing uncertainty and distress. Milk prices have hit historic lows, and producers are struggling. Inaction and carelessness by the Liberal government is the main cause for this difficult situation. Think about dye-filtered milk, breaches in supply management in CETA and the TPP, or the too modest and poorly managed investment program. While we're at it, why not another breach under NAFTA? Is the Liberal government proud of this disastrous record when it comes to dairy producers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thanks to our investment fund for dairy producers, our government has provided over $60 million to dairy producers, including $26 million for producers in Quebec. Thanks to the investment in processing, we have provided $24 million for processors, dairy processors, including $10 million in Quebec. Our government is continuing to invest and will continue to defend our producers and supply management across the country.
Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, our government listened to Canadians and they want decisive action to protect our environment. Canadians have entrusted us with environmental stewardship for today and tomorrow, and that stewardship must extend to how government departments operate. The Department of National Defence manages the largest infrastructure portfolio in the federal government. As outlined in Strong, Secure and Engaged, we are committed to modern and sustainable infrastructure for our Canadian Armed Forces. Could the Prime Minister please inform this House on how our government is ensuring the greening of Canadian defence infrastructure?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill for her question and for her service as a veteran of our armed forces. We are taking action to combat climate change across the government. The Minister of National Defence recently took part in a building dedication ceremony for the newly constructed Royal Canadian Electrical and Mechanical Engineers School at CFB Borden. This facility was designed to meet the LEED Silver certification standard and incorporates green building concepts to minimize its footprint. It'll provide our forces with state-of-the-art facilities. We believe in green infrastructure and clean technology, including in our new defence policy.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals use tax dollars to pay fees for government staff to attend a conference organized by Canada 2020. Canada 2020 and the Liberal Party are so incestuous, it's hard to know where one ends and the other begins. 2020's president and co-founder Tom Pitfield is married to former Liberal Party President Anna Gainey. In 2016, Pitfield joined the Prime Minister on that infamous unethical vacation to the Aga Khan's private island. Now, without blaming Stephen Harper, can the Prime Minister explain why taxpayers are paying to send government employees to a Liberal Party conference?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
As we know, Mr. Speaker, decisions to attend conferences are made by the public service, and we support their right to send people to conferences that are good for their development and their professional improvements.
Alors, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Bière-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, now we know what happens when someone tries to sign an agreement at all costs. They lose on all fronts. The Liberals gave up 2% under supply management in CETA. During a by-election in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, the Prime Minister swore that he would protect supply management at all costs. Following the election, though, he gave up 3.25% of supply management under the TPP. Now, that's twice that agriculture producers in Quebec have been had. Now, under NAFTA, can the Prime Minister ensure us that there won't be a breach like this? Not 3%, not 1%.
Premier Ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that the Liberal Party is the one that created our supply management system, and we will continue to defend it. We have signed agreements across the world and protected this system that works well for our producers at the same time. It works well for our country and for our producers. We will continue to defend it. We know it's important to have access to new markets for our products. We are in a globalized trading environment, but we will always protect our supply management system.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Zach Churchill, Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development, and the Honourable Derek Monbriquet, Minister of Municipal Affairs for the province of Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie is rising on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much. I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That the House recognize that more than 750,000 Rohingya refugees fled Myanmar since October 2016 to escape from the ethnic cleansing. And amongst the atrocities being committed, there is sexual violence, killings, fires being set, and these are crimes against humanity. The Burman authorities have not been prosecuting anyone for these crimes, and they must do so. B, that we call on the Government of Canada to implement the recommendations of Bob Rae, the Special Rapporteur, and to publish the UN report on human rights, who have condemned the situation of the Rohingya. They said that this is a classic case of ethnic cleansing. They also stated that they suspect there have been acts of genocide that have been committed since the month of August. We need to redouble our efforts to collect evidence. We need to support publicly that the case of the Rohingya be referred to the UN. We need to reinforce diplomatic ties, and we need to engage the members of the United Nations, and that we advocate for this referral to the United Nations and for stronger sanctions for the crimes being committed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent to bring the motion forward? In that case, the House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. May 23, 2018. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 23rd day of May 2018 at 14:12. Yours sincerely, Assunta Di Lorenzo. Bills assented to: an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, Bill S5. An act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, Bill C-49.
I have the honor of informing the House that a communication was sent on the 23rd of May 2018. I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Governor-General of Canada, has provided royal assent through written declaration for the bills attached to this letter. From the Assunta Lorenzo. The bills having received royal assent are an act to amend the Tobacco Act and Health of Non-Smokers Act, Bill S5, a bill that amends the Transport Act and other acts regarding transportation, and that also makes consequential amendments, C-49.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. And, Mr. Speaker, while I am on my feet, I move, seconded by the member from Hamilton West and Castor Dundas, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Ms. Tassi, move that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call on the members. The question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, second by Ms. Tassi, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monset.
Ms. Monset.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda-Sangari.
Mr. Anand-Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massa Avignon-les-Métis, Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, le Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Adam Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Mrs. Yep.
Oh, Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Denis Bellechasse, des Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Benny Bassache, Chemin Lévis.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Starmont, Dundas, Southland, Gary.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, Southland Gary.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battlesford, Lord Minster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lord Minster.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Sweet.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Péry.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Golf Island.
Ms. May, Sandwich Golf Islands.
Yeas pour 160, 160. Nays contre 123, 123.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président, je propose...
Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the Minister for Democratic Institutions, that in relation to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading of the bill.
The expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chager, Madame Chager, appuyez par Madame.
Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Gourd, moves that in relation to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and
that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places so the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So here we are. This is the situation. The government has brought forward amendments, changes to our electoral law, the law that governs the way that this House of Commons is made up, the way that Canadians have their opportunity to have a say on who sits here to represent them in this House of Commons. I don't know if there's any legislation that could be more significant. But after 1 hour, I say 1 hour of debate, Mr. Speaker, 1 hour, the government noticed that it intended to put in place time allocation after 1 hour. Now, I will remember back a few years ago, the member for Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame, Liberal member on that side of the House, he brought forward a motion that would amend some standing orders of this House of Commons. One of them was the standing order that deals with time allocation, and it was to change it so that no motion pursuant to that standing order could be moved if it was dealing with the Canada Elections Act or the Parliament of Canada Act. And it also went on to amend the around closure as well, the standing order that around closure. And it was the same thing, to make sure that those closure wouldn't be used for the Canada Elections Act or the Parliament of Canada Act. And I remember at that time, you know, a number of members on the Liberal Party making comments, and I'll just share with the chair here a couple of those. The member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame said, if we were actually debating on second reading, third reading, or report stage any changes to the Elections Act or the Parliament of Canada Act, time allocation and closure should not apply. That if we are making changes to the way Canadians express their opinions by the fundamental right of democracy, I hope every member of this House will agree with us that closure, and specifically time allocation, would be set aside because of something of this importance. And I remember also the member for Winnipeg North saying, we now have the government bringing in time allocation on a bill that deals with Elections Canada. We need to debate this legislation. I remember the honourable member for Malpeque. It has to be noted that in terms of this motion today, we are only dealing with the Canada Elections Act and the Parliament of Canada Act. What more important business could Parliament have than with those particular acts and with which are the underpinnings of our democracy? We need to ensure that at least on these particular pieces of legislation, that a slight majority government in Canada cannot impose its will in this place. It is one of the flaws in our democracy. And I wonder, does this Liberal government still believe those words that they gave back then?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Reform. He is the Minister. Oh, Minister.
I'll be the Minister.
The Honourable Minister, sorry.
If the Chair will allow, the Speaker will allow. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his comments. I'm glad to be back here. I'm glad to be working with him yet again. There's one point that he made that I think is incredibly important, and I agree with him that this is incredibly important legislation, which is why I'm pleased to be here today to work with members on all sides of this House to get this bill to committee so the committee can do the important work that needs to be done to ask those questions of witnesses and experts to ensure that we get this legislation right. And this legislation is comprised of over half of what's in there has already been studied by the Procedures and House Affairs Committee. It has already been agreed to by the Procedures and House Affairs Committee. It is in fact based on recommendations made by the CEO, the former CEO of Elections Canada, that were agreed to by the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, and I've had the wonderful opportunity to work with them to bring this legislation forward so that we can do good things for democracy, good things for Canadians, and ensure that we expand the franchise to as many Canadians as we can who have the inherent right to vote. So I look forward to working with my colleague from Banff Airdrie, who's vice chair of that committee, and I look forward to working with members on all sides of this House so that we can get this done and that we can improve elections legislation here in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
So let's just so Canadians can understand what's going on. Is the Liberals have proposed what they've called generational changes to our election laws. A whole sweeping 350-page omnibus bill. Liberals in the last Parliament moved a motion that said Parliament should never, when it comes to election bills, ram them through, force them through, use time allocation as the previous government did. The member from St. Paul's, Liberals all, member from Charlottetown, Cape Breton, St. Laurent, Charlotteville, Bourassa, Malpeque, Sydney, Victoria, Westmount, Wascana, Labrador, Winnipeg North, Beausejour, Cardigan, Scarborough, Guildwood, Vancouver Quadra, Halifax West, Lac St. Louis, Bonavista Gander, and the Prime Minister himself voted that Parliament should never change our election laws if the government uses the procedure to shut down debate in Parliament. This is exactly what the Liberals are doing now. I'm confused by what the Minister just said, because today we gave the Liberal government a proposal that would have avoided this, would have allowed proper study at committee, would have allowed Canadians to have their say on a bill that belongs to them, not to her or her government. And the Liberals didn't even have the decency to respond to the proposal. That we gave them the number of hours at committee, we gave them the tour that we could do across the country, the study at committee, and the passage of the bill in time for Elections Canada to do its work on behalf of all Canadians. And what did the Liberals do? Said nothing, and then moved time allocation, which they promised in the last campaign they wouldn't do. If this is not hypocrisy, I don't know what is. You promised, the Liberals all campaigned on it. My friend did not campaign in the last election saying she's there to do exactly what Stephen Harper did. She did not campaign in the last election campaign to say, when it's to our benefit, we're going to shut down debate in Parliament. It's not for them to decide. These laws don't belong to the Government of Canada. They belong to all Canadians. Let Parliament do its job. Pick up our proposal. Say yes, say no, say something, and let us get to work on behalf of all Canadians.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Skeena-Balclay Valley. And that's exactly what I want us to do. Let's get to work on this legislation. Let's send it to committee so that we can do the work that Canadians sent us here to do. And in fact, the committee has done great work already, which is evident in this legislation. And I have had great working opportunities with your colleague from Hamilton Centre, who put a lot of work into this on behalf of the Democratic Party in terms of the recommendations that were put forward. Over 30 hours, Madam Speaker, have been spent at PROC studying over half of what is in this legislation. Over 85% of the recommendations from the CEO of Elections Canada is in this legislation. Wow. This is good legislation that I look forward to debating, to having questions asked at committee, to being there, testifying on behalf of the government to what is good and in this legislation. Furthermore, absolutely, we are here to ensure that we make changes to the previous Unfair Elections Act to ensure that Canadians have the right to vote. That is exactly what we're doing. And I know that Madam Speaker, that members in this House want to get this done, that we want to work together. So let's work together to send this to committee, to make sure that we have witnesses, that we hear the testimony that is needed, and that we get this done in time for the next election. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
There is a lot of dialogue currently going on in here, and we have a member who's with the NDP is very concerned. And I'm watching the member from Winnipeg North, who we have pages and pages and pages of quotes where he is where this member is being extremely hypocritical. So let me just read to you this simple quote, and maybe the Democratic Reform Institutions Minister can explain to me how all of a sudden, when they switch from that end to over there, how all of a sudden the government forgets everything they've ever said. So this is something that was said back on June the 5th. The government has invoked time allocation on this important bill, therefore limiting the time of members of Parliament to have to speak. I am wondering if my colleague could explain why the majority, and this time it was back in 2000 Conservative, but it's Liberals, we're looking at the Liberals today, is using mechanisms to pass laws that not only abuse the rules, but are not in the best interest of Canadians. The minister is saying they're going to take it from here, where there's 338 members of parliament who get to debate, who get to be the voice of their constituents, down to a level where, being a chair, I recognize 10 people are going to make the choices for all of Canadians. Is that the right thing to do? And can you explain why this is not extremely hypocritical of this government?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Canadians have seen pages and pages of why we need to change the so-called Fair Elections Act that the previous government brought in. In fact, there were five sections dedicated in the Globe and Mail to begging the previous government not to bring forth that legislation. The former CEO of Elections Canada stated that he couldn't support something that disenfranchised so many Canadians. That is exactly why we need to work together to ensure that we are increasing democracy, we are increasing Canadians' ability to vote, because it is their right in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and that is exactly why we are working here in this House on behalf of Canadians to ensure that we can continue to further democracy. Furthermore, there has been over 30 hours of debate and discussions that have gone on at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. This is the 4th day of debates here in this House, Madam Speaker. Let's get it to committee. Let's continue to work on this hard, and let's make sure that we do what's right for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 4 days of debate. Is the minister kidding this House? I cannot believe what I just heard from that minister. The Thursday, May 10th, was the sitting hours of a Wednesday, and then we had a Friday, May 11th. Yesterday was the only full day, and today's a Wednesday. So we'd be lucky if we get an hour this afternoon to debate this bill. And I just cannot understand the gall of these Liberals. The Liberals pre-2015, the Liberals now, is just completely different stories. I am sick of the Liberals blaming the opposition for their slow delay when they let Bill C-33 languish at first reading for 18 months. They dumped this bill in the House of Commons on April 30th and then expect us to wear it for their delay. Will the minister please explain to this House why she delayed on this when the Liberals control the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, have a clear majority in this House, and here at the 11th hour, she's dumping the blame on the opposition for her government's fault.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I have said, over 50% of this bill has already been studied and agreed to by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. That over 30 hours has been dedicated to so much of what is in this. And furthermore, what is the majority that is in this bill is actually stuff that has been recommended by the previous CEO of Elections Canada, who administers elections on behalf of Canadians, who ensures that we have integrity in our electoral system. And we are absolutely committed to ensuring that we have the necessary to debate. But let's get this to committee so that we can ask those questions, so that all members in this House have the opportunity to pose questions to myself, to the CEO of Elections Canada, to officials, to experts, to witnesses, to make sure that we get this right. I look forward to hearing those reasonable, those interesting, those exciting amendments to see how we can do what's best for Canadians ahead of 2019. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This government, at the beginning of its mandate, promised that there would be electoral reform, and we've ended up with amendments to the Elections Act to modernize it, and they are not substantive, and not as substantive as what they had promised. I heard it said on the other side that 85% of the Chief Electoral Officer's recommendations were in the bill, but it's what they put in the bill that's a problem for me. Now, there is a Chief Electoral Office, an emeritus Chief Electoral Officer. His name is Jean-Pierre Kingsley. He is well known. And during our debates and our hearings on the supposed electoral reform that was supposed to take place and that this government promised, during those hearings, as I said, Jean-Pierre Kingsley responded to a question the following. He said that immediately, out of fairness, there has to be a reinstatement of the funding Why isn't this in the bill? If she wants to do things otherwise, why isn't that recommendation in the bill?
Of democratic institution.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's reflect on what's in this bill. In this bill, we are strengthening the powers of the Elections Commissioner, and this is very important so that the integrity of elections in Canada are ensured. We know that there are times when more authority is required, and that is in the bill.
For Canadians to vouch, to establish their residency, to establish their identity. This is incredibly important. We know that Statistics Canada said there were 150,000 Canadians that were unable to vote in the last election because the Conservatives took that right away from them. We are also looking at expanding the franchise to voters living abroad. We are also looking at ensuring that young people are engaged early on, establishing a youth voter registry for ages 14 to 17 so that they can be on the electoral list when they turn 18 and have that right to vote. Madam Speaker, there is so much in this project, in this legislation that is good for democracy, it's good for Canadians. So let's work together, let's get this to committee, let's do the proper study, and let's get this in place for 2019. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's been a number of times in question period where our leader has stood up and asked a very specific question in terms of some pieces of this legislation. He has never gotten a clear answer. So I don't think to say that we will go to committee and get clear answers is acceptable. It is clear that the Liberals are trying to rig this bill so it's in their favour, and they're rushing it through hoping Canadians don't notice. I would like the minister to stand up and tell us how they can possibly justify rigging an Elections Act in terms of their favour and not stand up and say we will not have ministers be able to go out in terms of pre-writ spending. We will have the same kind of rules for the government as we do for the opposition. And so please stand up and tell us why you have not been able to give a clear answer on that issue and why you're rigging this bill to suit the Liberal Party of Canada.
I just also want to remind the member to address the questions to the chair and not the individual member. The honourable minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the member is confused because she's recalling C-23 in the previous government, and that's what happened when they tried to rig the election in their favour. So this bill is precisely trying to fix those abhorrent changes that were put forward with regards to democracy, and specifically to ensure that we re-establish the integrity. I mentioned in the previous response returning the power of the Commissioner of Elections Canada to ensure that he has the right to compel testimony, to lay charges, precisely because there were some members on the other side of the aisle who perhaps who ended up in jail for their transgressions. So, Madam Speaker, we are empowering the Commissioner of Elections Canada to ensure that he has the tools necessary to enforce the law and also to ensure that that law is strengthened so that we can uphold democracy here in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to really commend the minister for this piece of legislation that I think really takes at its heart inclusion in our democratic process for all Canadians. And I've been listening to this debate over the last little while, and in particular yesterday, where individuals on the opposition were talking about the voter information card and how it was fraught with error and there would be fraudulent occurrence happening. And, you know, professors at the Carleton University have said that there's very little evidence that there'll be fraudulent voting or double voting. We have chief electoral officers saying that very rarely does it lead to criminal prosecution. Professors at the University of British Columbia saying that it is blatantly manipulative to say that using those information cards will lead to increased voter fraud. So I wonder if the minister could please speak to how this piece of legislation allows more Canadians who have often felt disenfranchised by our electoral system to now become included in our electoral system.
Great question. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I think it's incredibly important when we're looking at this legislation, the importance of the return of vouching and the importance of the return of the voter identification card. In fact, the acting CEO, Stéphane Perreault, yesterday at committee said that one of the important things is that sometimes individuals living in households that are couples do not have any identification that establishes their residency, and therefore they can use a voter information card to establish residency along with their identification. This is particularly important, for example, for elderly women who may not have mail that comes in their name or bills that come in their name. So this is important to ensure that they have the ability and the right to vote. Furthermore, with regards to accessibility, for the first time, we are putting forward the idea of an incentive for political parties and candidates to receive a reimbursement when it comes to providing accessible material. We have heard from Elections Canada's Disability Committee several issues with regards to voting and the polls. 7 of those 8 recommendations are in this legislation, proposed legislation, and we look forward to hearing more about this, asking those tough questions at committee, and talking about this further. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
It's infuriating. It's disgusting, the fact that we are having a time allocation on this bill. I remember I was here in 2014 when we had the debate on the Unfair Elections Act, and we had the Liberals with us. We talked about, how we were infuriated and appalled by the time allocation that the then government put forward. And then we had members, the member from Winnipeg North even said, we now have the government bringing in time allocation on a bill that deals with Elections Canada. We have the irresponsible nature of the Conservatives trying to ram through and limit debate in second reading, which is disgraceful. I think he should remember these things he said a few years ago. I wonder if he feels that way again today. Even the member from Malpeque, he said, Mr. Speaker, invoking closure on this bill is really the height of hypocrisy. I think we all feel that again today. How can the government invoke closure on a bill about democratic reform? This place is supposed to be about debate and good discussion, which they are shutting down today. The minister is shutting down the debate now, and I believe putting democracy at risk. Fast forward in 2018, we are living the exact same thing. How can the Liberals justify what they said in 2014 and during the election to what they're doing now? It's a disgrace, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for that question. As has been repeated, as I have said, the Procedures and House Affairs Committee has spent over 30 hours looking at the recommendations from the CEO of Elections Canada. This has been great conversation, great debate, great dialogue, has factored into this proposed legislation. It is ideas and issues that have factored in from all sides of this House. Over half of those recommendations have been agreed to by all parties in this House. Let's work together. Let's keep working together. Let's do this for democracy. Let's get it to committee where you can ask those questions, where we can all ask those questions, and have a robust dialogue and debate at committee so we can get this done in time for the next election. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The only member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister quite correctly points out that we have discussed the CEO's report and recommendations at committee. But to be clear about this is a bill that's 300-odd pages long, and while a substantial proportion of it is those recommendations, a very substantial proportion is outside of those recommendations. The part by page count that is outside of the CEO's recommendations is far larger in scope than most bills. So this time allocation motion makes it impossible for us to discuss those aspects, those voluminous aspects, in the appropriate detail. I think she'd have to concede that. Secondly, I think she'd also have to concede that it's the situation that many of the CEO's recommendations were not dealt with by the committee. We indeed could have done so had we not had other items of government business push them out of the way. But the suggestion that this bill is essentially simply putting forward the CEO's recommendations is, I think, simply not accurate. And I finally note, Madam Speaker, that on a highly technical matter, as these tend to be, these recommendations, how they're put into effect is very important. And going through those technical recommendations is something that is legitimately the business, not only of the committee, but of this House. Does she not agree with those assertions?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, which is why I think we need to get this bill to committee as soon as possible to ensure that those questions are asked of witnesses, that those questions are asked of myself, of officials, of Elections Canada, so that we can have the proper scrutiny, so that we can get this done, so that we can ensure that we have restored the the transgressions on democracy that were put forward by the previous government in C-23 to ensure that we have an integrity in our system in 2019, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So I look forward to continuing this conversation, continuing this debate and dialogue with colleagues in this House and at committee. Let's get it there. Let's get it done for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thought I might just take a moment to express on behalf of the many Canadians that were genuinely and are genuinely interested in real democratic reform in Canada, disappointment in the government. I think they thought they were electing a government that was genuinely interested in not only improving Canada's electoral laws, but doing it in the right way. So we watched this government come into power. We're hearing today, we want to get it to committee. We had a whole special committee on electoral reform. Did great work. Actually came to a multi-party agreement because the government didn't have a majority on that committee. And at the end of that whole process and all these platitudes about how wonderful that committee was, the government threw out all that work while they were making a science of cash for access fundraising that heretofore had never been done in that way and to that extent. And then they couldn't even bother to meet the bare minimum requirement of tabling a bill to undo the nefarious changes to the election laws of the Harper government. They couldn't get it done on time. Now they've brought it here, and they're using time allocation, which was something they said they'd never do. Why do Canadians that want real electoral reform have to be so disappointed all the time, Madam Speaker?
The honourable minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague for that question. Look, there's so much in this legislation that we are proposing that I know the New Democrats and the Liberals share, that we want to get this done. So let's work together. Let's not play partisan games. Let's get this to committee to make sure that we can do this for Canadians. That's exactly what we should be doing here. There is good stuff for democracy in here. There is good stuff for democratic reform. So let's do this to make sure we get it done for 2019. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hear the heckling that goes on when it was mentioned partisan games, and, it's quite telling. The Unfair Elections Act was a bill enacted by the Harper's Conservatives back in 2014, and it was called the low point of the legislative agenda in that year. And it was said to be a partisan attack on Canada's election rules that ignored fact and mocked expertise. And I think it's actually time to get it out of this place, which is very highly partisan, as we heard from the heckling, and get it to committee. And the heckling goes on, Madam President. And so we actually needed to get it to the experts so we can hear from the Chief Electoral Officer about what should happen, about the rule changes that we need to have happen, so we can ensure that the electoral rules actually reflect Canadian values. And I think that's most important, to ensure that we get more people out to vote, enable young people, Indigenous people, people who have disabilities to actually go out, exercise their democratic right to their democracy, which is here in our country, Canada.
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that comment. I couldn't agree more. I think we need to absolutely get this to committee. It's telling that in 2014 there were over 400 academics that signed an open letter to the previous Conservative government to beg them not to move forward with the so-called Fair Elections Act. We need to make these changes. It is imperative for democracy that we do that. It is imperative for Canadians who have the right to vote to make sure that we move forward with these changes. So let's get this to committee, let's ask those questions, let's have that debate, and then bring it back to this House so we can make those changes and do what's right for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There's times in this House that the hypocrisy of the Liberals is stifling. It's hard to believe. The Deputy House Leader, the member from Winnipeg North, on debate about the Fair Elections Act, when time allocation was called on February 6th, what did he say, Madam Speaker? He called using time allocation an assault on democracy, Madam Speaker. He then suggested the Conservatives were going to send it to ours at Proc, Madam Speaker. Doesn't this all sound familiar? That member, the person now pushing this through the chamber, called bringing time allocation on elections legislation disgraceful. These are their words, Madam Speaker, their words. I feel for the minister having to stand up and justify the terrible double standard and hypocrisy of the Liberal government. I would also invite her to get to know Elections Canada reports, Madam Speaker, because the Neufeld report that formed the basis of the Fair Elections Act said that 42% of vouching incidents were false votes or irregularities, Madam Speaker. 42%. And Elections Canada own report on election participation by vulnerable groups that don't vote enough. Vouching has nothing to do with it, Madam Speaker. So once again, they're bringing in something that Elections Canada has said is unreliable, and in this day and age, it is reasonable to ask someone to show their identification, to show their voting age, and that they live in the riding. Why the lack of common sense, Madam Speaker?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will simply say that leave it to the party opposite to view things that will expand the franchise, that will enable more Canadians to vote as a bad thing. On this side of this House, we firmly believe that a Canadian has the right to vote. It's their constitutional right to vote, and we're going to do what we can to make sure that they can cast that ballot. We're not afraid of more Canadians voting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Unfortunately, the time is up. Madame Jagger, appuyée par Madame.
Ms. Jagger, seconded by Ms. Gold, moved that in relation to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill.
Spence. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yay. Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent veulent bien.
All those who oppose will please say nay.
À mon avis, les oui l'emportent.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
La question est...
The question is as follows. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that in relation to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make certain consequential amendments, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill. And
Que 15 minutes.
that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted. May I dispense?
Que tous ceux qui appuient.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sophie.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan et Tobico North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Caesar Schwan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et les Serres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand de Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Mr. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefeld.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchins.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé, Avignon Lamitis, Matin Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon le Métis, Matin Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam,
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sanger.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquee Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquee Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Miss Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion voient bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, les Germain Levy.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, les Germain Levy.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Clairvaux.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Starman, Dundas, Sutton, Gary.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South and Gary.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diaz.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Balsford, Lord Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford, Lloyd Minster.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Miss Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Street.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Blaney, Northumberland, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Miss Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Miss Hardcastle.
Mr. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour, 159, 159. Nays contre, 121, 121.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-76, Elections Modernization Act, on the amendment of Mr. Nader.
House, that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be expended by 30 minutes. Alors, je demande aux députés.
Order, please. I'd ask members to continue their conversations outside the House, please. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising this afternoon to continue the debate. Despite the time allocation motion that has just been carried, I think it's absolutely deplorable that this debate was limited. So we are considering Elections Modernization Act at second reading. I think it's rather excessive to call this an Election Modernization Act when one of the main amendments' purpose is to make the voter information card being the ID card. But I'll come back to that later. I think it's deplorable when we have to be muzzled, when the debate is muzzled, when we are gagged. You know, under the British system, and at legislative assemblies, when there's an amendment to an elections piece of legislation, it's never restricted by the majority. In 1999, there was an amendment regarding identifying voters. And I'd just like to recall to the House that you don't improve integrity, you don't improve access to voting when the voter card is the ID card. Because you see, in 1999, and my colleagues can Google it if they want, if you look at what happened in Quebec, there was a system for usurping, actually, identification, for identification fraud, and that was dismantled. And since then, in Quebec, when you vote, you have to present an ID card with photo identification. During the last election, there were no voting problems in Quebec, Madam Speaker. There was no problem with identification. Now, whether it be at the municipal level, at the provincial level, whether it be at the federal level, people bring out their IDs. They're used to doing it. They're used to showing a piece of ID. The act of voting is a sacred act in a democracy, and you can't simply just liberalize it as much as you want. You know, when you talk about the Charter, the right to vote is actually closely tied to a responsibility, and one of those responsibilities is to prove that you're actually a valid voter. The minister wants to speed things up. She wants us to go into committee with this. She wants us to enhance the bill in committee. Well, that's not exactly what I've seen in committee when we have bills at second reading and when you go to clause by clause in committee. My experience actually has been, well, let's just keep talking, and when you've stopped talking, we'll use our majority to simply dispose of the bill as we wish. So what they end up doing is voting against the amendments, the improvements that are made in committee. And here we're talking about the right to vote. We're talking about the Elections Act. And rather than just procrastinate, rather than wait until the last minute to change a few things so that they don't look too stupid, because I would just like to recall in passing, Madam Speaker, that at the beginning of their mandate, they were talking about major reform of the Elections Act. They even wanted to change how we vote. And everything was possible at the time. But what did our fellow citizens tell us? Because, Madam Speaker, that you can't take away from us. There was a special committee. It was a special committee because no one was excluded from that committee, even if they weren't part of a recognized parliamentary party. So at the time, Madam Speaker, if there were any amendments, we could have continued discussing them. The independent members had a right, and they should have a right, to discuss this issue in committee. But now we're being told we just have to dispose of this quickly. Well, I would suggest to my colleagues opposite we just slow down a little. Because do you know what the citizens came and told us? They said they were sick of party lines. And that one of the reasons they were so cynical was that because of the party line and people towing the party line. We know that there's an executive power. We know that's the Privy Council. And we know there are members who want to become minister. Now, what do? They cozy up to power rather than truly serve their parliamentary mandate. We are legislators. We're not ministers. That's what legislative power is, and we represent the people.
And in a parliament such as ours, what is important is legislative power. They're changing it into a system that is just as nothing but the whims of the Prime Minister. And that will last until citizens decide to vote against him. Now, sometimes it's too difficult to go and vote because of questions of ID. They say this is difficult. That's nonsense. People came and talked to us. In the hearings that we held for months on electoral reform, we heard that there are issues that lead to people not voting. For example, sometimes they say, well, we've been voting red since my great-grandfather. It won't change. It's been blue since my great-grandmother, and things won't change. So they turn away from their power of representation, and that's where democracy becomes vulnerable. They say we want our vote to count, but with this government, it was not even able to respect its promise to bring forward a new means of electing representatives, but further, they even were very careful to avoid that votes could count insofar as by voting, I would make sure that at least with my vote, I was funding a party I believed in and that I vote for by conviction and not by voting strategically. Now, we'll look at Jean Chrétien and his legacy. Now, I did criticize him a great deal in my life as a politician. His legacy to our political life and to this House is the ability for voters to go and vote by conviction, because he allowed their votes to help fund a political party which might not be elected, which might not help them to elect an MP, but it would give them the ability to help fund a party they believed in and perhaps win in the next election and to make their point of view known between elections. And I think this is essential for democracy. And we do not find this in this bill where they say we're going to limit spending. But they don't even limit government spending in pre-writ periods. And this government will continue to go on making announcements, all kinds of publicity. And in these circumstances, it's clear we will vote against.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire
Pursuant to the standing order, I'd like to say that the questions will be the member for Saanich Gulf Island, Natural Resources, the honourable member for London Fanshawe, Canada Post, and the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford Agriculture.
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important for us to recognize that the legislation that we have before us is in fact received quite well across Canada, and my understanding is that members in opposition, whether New Democrats and others, are looking at supporting the content of the legislation. We need to recognize, except for the Conservative Party, but Madam Speaker, we need to recognize that what we have within the legislation is something that will give strengthen our democracy. Elections Canada has done a phenomenal job, well recognized around the world as an incredible independent organization that does a phenomenal job in organizing and pulling off elections. And in good part, many of the things that we're passing today to go into committee comes out of the recommendations from Elections Manitoba. And I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way can just provide his thoughts on how important it is that we follow some of these recommendations and support those recommendations that are been virtually taken right from Elections Canada's book.
The honourable member for Montcalm. As I said, Madam Speaker, the problem with this bill is what it omits. There are things that are interesting, but they're purely cosmetic. Nevertheless, if we want to be coherent and consistent, we could say, let's say there's going to be a fixed date election. This allows people to spend a lot of money pre-writ, and we're going to eliminate that. But if we claim that because there is a fixed date election, they're going to avoid spending in the pre-writ spending, why have they forgotten government announcements, government advertising? Why has this been left out? Because the government recognizes when there was no fixed date election, the Prime Minister could decide on when there would be an election or not and perhaps make announcements accordingly. But here, with a fixed date election, they want to limit pre-electoral spending. But I would dare any of the members across the way who will be sitting in committee to allow this bill to be amended by and improved by some opposition amendments. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to point out that my colleague can see that the Liberals are imitating the old Stephen Harper tactics to use time allocation to limit debate on something this important. Now, I'm not satisfied either with what's in this bill because there are some things, and he mentioned it, and something I'd like to remind the House of. There are all the consultations we held in committee Canada-wide, and there were recommendations that were simply dismissed out of hand by this government, especially with respect to proportional elections. But when we voted before the vote meant something. There was $2 that went to the party you voted for. So that gave Canadians more encouragement to at least encourage the party they wanted to win. The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was more a comment, I believe, but I do agree with my colleague. The problem we have with time allocation and limiting debate is that when we go to committee, as I said earlier, they simply dismiss opposition amendments. They decide to change nothing, to improve nothing in the bill. And this is why parliamentarians here today are so angry to see that Liberals who promised to do politics differently are doing exactly what they criticized the former government for. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. And that, truly, with respect to electoral reform, well, it seems to me they could have shown at least the shadow of a desire to come to some sort of reform.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un honneur aussi de prendre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to speak about Bill C-76.
But I regret that it's in the context of time allocation already being applied to this bill. I appreciate that the Liberal side of the House has provided time for my colleague, the Honourable Member for Montcalm, and for myself to speak to this bill. But I regret deeply the use of time allocation, and because I wasn't able to get in on the debate on time allocation that occurred before the vote, let me just suggest some ideas to the Honourable Minister, to the Government House Leader and others as to how we might avoid so many time allocations. It's my belief that the ability of both or all three of the larger parties, but particularly the official opposition and the government party, to put forward as many speakers as are possible on any bill allows the House leaders, when they don't agree, and I think getting agreement is something that I'll leave to them. I'll just say that since it's a black box for those of us who aren't House leaders, I can only assume when we have a lot of time allocations that the coordination is not going well. And I don't blame any one party more than the others. I just say it's not a good thing for this place when we have time allocation, particularly on a bill that's important. So what I would like to suggest is that the Speaker has the powers and could be encouraged by those of us in this place who want the place to work better to insist on a rule that has fallen into disuse. And that rule is you can't read a speech. If no one could read a speech, people in back rooms couldn't hand a speech to someone and say, go give this speech, you're up next. You would be able to say, well, okay, we're going to have to call enough people forward who've read the bill, understand the bill, and are prepared to debate it without a note. I'm not saying that there aren't many of us who are prepared to do that, but the ability of a House leader on any side to decide to play games with this place would be significantly minimized if we went back to that rule which already exists. So I'd urge those of us who think it's a good idea to perhaps speak to our own House leaders. In that case, I just have a conversation with myself. But for the rest of those of us here assembled, talk to your whip, talk to your House leader, and talk to the Speaker. If you think it would be a good idea to say, we don't want all of the members to just be, and I know a lot of members, I'm not saying you don't get up and read a speech you've written yourself. I know that happens. But a lot of times people are reading something they've never seen before in their life, and you can tell from the rapt attention with which they deliver something that they don't actually know much about or believe in. Okay, here endeth the rant on how to get this place to work better. If people could only get up and speak based on what they know about a bill, I think we'd get more interesting debates, more civilized debates, and we might have an easier time getting agreement about how many speakers there would be on legislation. It is really tragic that we're seeing time allocation as often as we are seeing it. I don't think it's healthy for democracy, and I know it's going to be an election issue with everybody saying, well, they did it more, well, they did it too, well, they're hypocrites. Don't live in a glass house if you're going to collect stones. Okay, on this bill, this is good legislation. It is very good legislation. It undoes a lot of what happened in the Unfair Elections Act before the last election. But that doesn't mean it's perfect legislation, which is why we should not be hearing from the minister, it's already been discussed at Proc. It should be discussed in this place at second reading, where all members who are engaged in the issue and know about it can participate, because not everybody's on Proc. It is, in fact, a committee. We know that Bill C-33, which was excellent legislation, languished for a year and a half. It was tabled when I was still serving on the Special Parliamentary Committee on Electoral Reform, which was, I have to say, one of the more tragic experiences in my life. We were still sitting around the table in the Parliamentary Committee on Electoral Reform, putting forward good ideas, but saying, oh, well, the minister has new legislation. It just came out. It has some of our ideas in it. That was Bill C-33. It came out in December of 2016. And everything from C-33 is now rolled into C-76. So for those who aren't yet familiar with the bill, perhaps watching from home, let me say that C-33 did a lot of very good things, and I know the Conservatives will disagree. They liked the C-23, which they called the Fair Elections Act, and I think what it did was make it harder for Canadians to vote. There's no doubt in my mind about that. I had people come to me. They were not allowed to vote. The C-23 was focused on the false notion that Canada suffered from voter fraud. But it's very clear on the evidence that the problem in Canada isn't people who try to vote more than once. It's people who vote less than once. We don't have any voter fraud that the Elections Commission has ever been able to really find as a problem. Our problem is low voter turnout. So the Conservatives were quite self-congratulatory when we went from 2011 and an average national voter turnout of 60% to 2015 with a voter turnout of 68%. And they said, aha, that proves that the Unfair Elections Act did not decrease voter turnout. In fact, I think it masked what would have been a much bigger voter turnout. Young people mobilized in 2015. There were a lot of efforts at educating people, voting in mob voting, advanced poll voting, getting people who didn't usually vote out to vote. I have to say I'm enormously proud to represent Saanich Gulf Islands, which in 2011, when the voter turnout was nationally 60%, a voter turnout in Saanich Gulf Islands was just a titch below 75%. And in 2015, when I was re-elected, voter turnout was just a bit below 80%. Now, that's nothing compared to my friend who's leader of the Green Party Prince Edward Island, Peter Bevan Baker. When he was elected, voter turnout in his riding was 93%. So let's not be satisfied with 68%. We need to see more like 90, 95% of Canadians voting and feeling good about the democratic experience. I think getting back the voter registration card is important. Bringing back vouching is important. Bringing back the powers of the chief electoral officer to inform people, educate people, warn people when voter fraud is happening. Everything in C-33 that undid C-23 is to the good and should be passed quickly. As well, I really like the idea that the Elections Canada folks can go into schools and register people 16 to 18 years old to register to vote, so when they get the right to vote, they know what they're doing, they know where to go, they've already registered to vote. That's all in what was former C-33. And it's all good stuff. I wish we'd already passed it. Now we're looking at new and additional changes, and I wish we'd seen more. Clearly, if we're going to protect the privacy of Canadians, it's long past time that political parties were exempted from the Privacy Act. I have never heard a single good reason why we're in a special category of political parties that Canadians' data are safe with us. Clearly, it's not safe with us. We get hacked. We hire companies we don't have any idea that they're going to be doing stuff like some of the ones Cambridge Analytica or some of those ones that mine data and use it for other things. We are not in a position where we can say it's good enough to have a voluntary code of privacy practice for every political party that we are required by law to show Elections Canada and have posted publicly. By the way, I don't think Trust Us works terribly well for political parties. I think it's tragic that one of the best pieces of legislation from the 41st Parliament to bring about reform in this place, to reduce the power of political party leaders over their MPs, the Reform Act that came out under the name of the member for Wellington Halton Hills, that required a change in the Parliament of Canada Act. It was executed. Section 49 is new, and it required of parties immediately after the election to have a discussion and caucus and a vote and decide what the powers of the leader would be. Did the power of the leader, for instance, include throwing someone out of caucus? I'm reliably informed that even though that is the law of the day, 2 out of 3 parties in this place that are recognized parties skipped that step and didn't think it was important to follow the Parliament of Canada Act, Section 49. I'm deeply dismayed that that took place, and I think every MP in this place should ask of their party leadership, did we do that? Have we filed the letter with the Speaker? Let me see the letter we filed with the Speaker to comply with Section 49 of the Parliament of Canada Act. On to the other things in C-76. I hope the government will be open to amendments, because as I said, this is good legislation, and it does take on things like pre-writ spending. But why are we allowing any pre-writ spending of televised election ads that bombard Canadians with negative messages, attack ads. It's good to regulate spending before an election, but let's just say between Election Day and the next time a writ drops, no one's allowed to spend any money on political ads. There's not an election going on, no spending. So I'll be bringing forward things like that as amendments. Why are we increasing the spending ability of third parties? I'd love to see us go in the direction of many countries around the world, including the UK, that prohibit spending for electronic political ads of any kind at any time. Very useful legislation. There are many things here, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to suggest need more work in this legislation. Getting it to committee is important, but not so important that we should have time allocation in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really do appreciate many of the comments from the leader of the Green Party as she was here during the debate when we had, I think it was C-33 or Harper's Fair Elections Act. I'm sorry? C-23, I'm sorry. And, Mr. Speaker, within that legislation, we found that there was a great deal of outside individuals, academics, Elections Canada itself, parties from within the chamber, excluding the Conservatives, that really were in opposition to it. Today, what we have is, I believe, a wide spectrum of support, not only outside of this chamber, but also inside this chamber, where we have more than one party supporting the legislation. My question to my colleague and friend across the way is, would you not recognize that there are some that ultimately do not want to have the Elections Act reformed, whereas if this legislation passes, it will give strength to Canada's democracy? I agree, there's always room for improvement, but this will provide additional strength to Canada's democracy. And would you not agree that at times you have to look at ways in which you can get things through, because there are parties that do not and will put up whatever they can to prevent its passage?
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my colleague and friend from Winnipeg North. The problem that government has in making the case that we should have time allocation now and a limit on debate is the massive amount of time that's gone by when C-33 didn't come to second reading. There was lots of time to get C-33 through, no matter how many speakers one party or another put up. C-76, bringing in C-33 and additional measures, requires more study. I completely agree. I'm not going to take a single point away from the fact that most of what is in this legislation was already recommended by Elections Canada. Most of what's here improves the health of our democracy, I have no doubt. But it is fundamental legislation. It takes a while to get back to the Elections Act. We should have full time for debate at second reading. I will admit this, and it's a nonpartisan thing to say. It's much more egregious to have time allocation on what was brought through in the 41st Parliament, which made it harder for people to vote, and do that with time allocation, than to now try to reverse that. But to do it with time allocation, to say, well, we're not as bad as the other guys because our legislation is better, there's still a fundamental issue of respect for Parliament, respect for this place, and allowing Parliament to have full debate at second reading, full discussion in committees, and adequate time to go through debate at clause by clause, and adequate time at report stage and third reading. And the delay on the government side to bring the legislation forward doesn't make a good excuse.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. The member touched upon third parties, and during the last election we saw large amounts of foreign money that went to registered third parties who in turn used those monies or mixed those monies into their general funds to use for all manner of political activities. One of the reasons they were able to do that is because of loopholes in the Canada Elections Act. The biggest is that 6 months and a day before the issuance of a writ, there's no regulation with respect to foreign funding, for example, going into third parties. This bill doesn't fix that loophole. It, in fact, just moves the date closer to the election date in which there is absolutely no regulation of third parties with respect to their financing. I was wondering if the honourable member could comment on that.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island in 60 seconds or less, please.
I certainly find it offensive that any foreign money goes into any third party. Clearly, no foreign money is allowed to be accepted by any political party. That's one of the strengths of our democracy, I have to say, is the strong legislation brought in under the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien, to get money, big money, corporate money, union money, out of federal politics. I think we need to watch for any opportunity where those principles are perverted. Frankly, we should bring back the per vote support so that voters can choose when they vote, a small way to create public funding for parties to reduce the pressure for fundraising, which I do think can lead to a lot of ethical issues, as we've debated in this place frequently. But I'm certainly grateful to my friend for raising it. We need to make sure that, frankly, I would prefer that the election spending was reduced to the maximum, that public service broadcasts replaced paid political ads as much as possible, both to turn down the temperature and turn up the volume on information, issues, and really understand what a candidate, not just their political party brand, what a candidate is standing before a voter. That is a job interview. That person wants to go work for that constituency. And we need to go back to times when party leaders didn't tell MPs what to do, and where candidates could stand on their own merit and ask voters to please trust me with your vote.
Comme il est 17h46.
It being 5:45, pursuant to order adopted earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the deliberations and to put forthwith all questions to deal with second reading stage of the bill that is currently before the House. The question is as follows.
Ms. Gould, seconded by Ms. Philpott, moved that Bill C-76, an act to amend the let me start that one over. An act to amend the Canada Election Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. Okay. Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Albrecht, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and submitting the following. La Chambre dispense. May I dispense? Okay, very good. The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? No! All those in favour, please say yay. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. Yay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
question is the following one. Ms. Gould, seconded by Mrs. Philpott, moved that Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make consequential amendments, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Albrecht, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Shall I dispense? No. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments since the bill fails to address the high error rate in the National Register of Electors and the high rate of erroneous voter identification cards reported at 986,613 instances in the 2015 election, and does nothing to deal with foreign interference in Canadian elections because the bill proposes to double the total maximum third-party spending amount allowed during the writ period and to continue to allow unlimited contributions in the period prior to the pre-writ period. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owensound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owensound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Royer.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trout.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provence.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, Salpingary.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, Strathengary.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battlesford, Lords Minster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lord Minster.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Boudria.
Monsieur Boudry.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Walter.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan et Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan et Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Alghabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île de Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangale.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMar.
Mr. Moore.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Métis Matin Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Romia.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Huta.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanger.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mr. Shaw.
Monsieur Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brandon South.
Mr. Secan.
Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Wassey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Island.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 85, 85. Nays contre 196, 196.
I declare the amendment defeated. La prochaine mise au voix porte sur la motion principale.
The next vote, the question is as follows. Ms. Gould, seconded by Ms. Philpott, moves that Bill C-76 enact to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make certain consequential amendments be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Will all those who support the motion say yea? All those who oppose say nay? In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those who support the motion will please stand.
Speaker.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Lozange, j'entends la petite nation.
Mr. Lozange, la petite nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan et Tobe-North.
Ms. Duncan et Tobe-North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et les Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pescasilido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMar.
Ms. Demar.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Durand.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon La Métis, Matan Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Métis Matin Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanger.
Mr. Sorai.
Mr. Sorai.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mass Creek Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Massacre Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Miss Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Holt.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Miss Yip.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosso.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Miss Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Street.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Miss Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davis.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blake.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion avec...
All those opposed will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney Belchasse, les Etchemin Lévy.
Mr. Blaney Belchasse, les Etchemin Lévy.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jennerer.
Mr. Jennerer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Starmont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Balford, Lord Minster.
Mr. Falk, Battleford, Lord Minster.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Yeas pour, 196, 196. Nays contre, 85, 85.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried. When will this? Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
The taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C 354 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Cannings, seconded by Mr. Stetsky, moved that Bill C 354, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood, be now read a third time and do pass. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Fifth row at my left. Fifth row.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May Saanich.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwong.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Pell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
First row at my left.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Miss Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Wesley Windsor West.
We had some confusion. The fifth row, those in the fifth row weren't counted perhaps, and the first few in the fifth row who wished to speak, to vote in favor.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Harry.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon-le-Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Le Métis Matin Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Houta.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanger.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Branton South.
Mr. Sidhu Branton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Oh, at my right.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMar.
Ms. DeMar.
Ms. Dillon.
Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutching.
Ms. Hutching.
Third row at my right.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et le Sud.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
At my right.
Ms. Grove.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lozol, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Montef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan et Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan et Tobico North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
At my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahicha.
Ms. Mahicha.
Mr. Casey.
Casey.
Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Minster.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Dennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr.
Third
Tilson.
row at my left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Wawa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Miss Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lisette Chemin, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Estimates, Lévis.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rumpel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right.
Yeas pour 207, 207. Nays contre 72, 72.
I declare the motion carried.
Reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Allowed. La Chambre.
Order. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in Bill C-326 at report stage under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Scarpaleggia, seconded by Mr. Casey Charlottetown, moves that Bill C-326, an act to amend the Department of Health Act, Drinking Water Guidelines, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. All those at my right in support of the motion will please rise.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Fifth row.
Diacono.
Diacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Kelly.
Miss Kelly.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mrs. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Hunter.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanger.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serry.
Mr. Serry.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission, Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Ranger à ma droite.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fracascados.
Fergus Cartos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Hutchins.
Ranger à ma droite.
Ms.
Third row at my right.
Nancy.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Shifty.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et le Sud.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McLennan, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Miss Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesco-Cedido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alice-Lev.
Mr. Alice-Lev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Ranger à ma droite.
Second row at my right.
Anteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Leslie.
Miss Gould.
Mrs. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duncan Etobicoke.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rosner.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
First row.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahicha.
Ms. Mahicha.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Tous à ma gauche.
All those at my left in support of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, Southern Gary.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk. Balsford Lloyd Minster.
Ms. Falk, Malaford, Minster.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Marcil.
Mr. Marcel.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Barsalou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May Sanish Golf Island.
Ms. May Saanich Golf Islands.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ranger à ma gauche.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller Brusquet Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Saganache.
Miss Jolibois.
Miss Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Harder.
Miss Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McCollum.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Pearl River.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Pearl River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Back to Mr. Reed.
Premier rangée.
First row at my left.
We'll do that. Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Lévis.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Miss Rampel.
Miss Rampel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Miss Bergen.
Miss Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Miss Matheson.
Matheson.
Miss Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Miss Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West. There it is.
A point of order. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot is rising on a point of order.
There was some mix-up here, and we just want to be sure that I was recorded as supporting that motion. So if they could check. Okay. Thank you.
Smooth sort.
I think that's. I think the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot could be rest assured. I'm probably looking forward to a rest after 7 o'clock, perhaps, or something. But que tout ça à toi qui s'oppose.
All those at my right to opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my right.
Troisième.
Third row at my right.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my right.
Premier.
First row at my right.
Que tous à ma gauche.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my left.
Deuxième rangée.
Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
It takes more than 5 minutes.
Yeas pour 278, 278. Nays contre 0, nul.
Déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M168 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Oliver. The question is as follows. Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. Graham, moves that the House, A, recognize that the Internet has thrived due to net neutrality principles of openness, transparency, freedom, and innovation. B, recognize that Canada has strong net neutrality rules in place that are grounded in the Telecommunications Act and enforced by the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, CRTC. C, recognize that preserving an open Internet and the free flow of information is vital for the freedom of expression and diversity, education, entrepreneurship, innovation, Canadian democracy, and the future economic and social prosperity of Canadians. D, express its firm support for net neutrality. Shall I dispense? No. Well, I think it'd be safe, but nevertheless. And the continued preservation of an open Internet free from unjust discrimination and interference. And E, call on the government to include net neutrality as a guiding principle of the upcoming Telecommunications Act and Broadcasting Act reviews in order to explore opportunities to further enshrine in legislation the principles of neutrality in the provision and carriage of all telecommunication services. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Oliver.
Fifth row at my right.
Mr. Iacono. Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Avignon-le-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Massé-Avignon-le-Métis,
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission, Masquis, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Masquis, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
At my right.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Diori.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Serwitz.
Ms. Serowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraguscados.
Mr. Fraguscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchins.
Row at my right.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Tansy.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et les Serres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Hungary.
Mr. Hernandez Hungary.
Row at my right.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan et Tourcourt.
Mr. Duncan and Toby Connor.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
My right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Freeland.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yep.
Ms. Yep.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Starmont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Balford, Lord Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefield, Lord Minster.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Marcil.
Mr. Marcel.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May Saanich Golf Island.
Ms. May Saanich Golf Island.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. John.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Row at my left.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Miss Jolibois.
Miss Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Second row at my left.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Bertel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Stroll.
Mr. Stroll.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Harder.
Miss Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Lady Northumberland, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Van Loan.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 277, 277. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the delay, there will be no private members' business today. Accordingly, the order will be rescheduled for another sitting. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. Order. I encourage members to take their conversations out into the lobby so we can continue what we call the late show. And I thank colleagues for their assistance with the whole sure thing. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise tonight in the House to return to a question I asked on February 5th of the Prime Minister. February 5th shouldn't seem like so long ago, but it was when conversations about Kinder Morgan were less tinged with hysteria than they are today. I think it's a shame that we've descended into sort of a tit-for-tat competition without regard to the facts. I want to focus on facts, and that's what I did in my question on February 5th when I put it to the Prime Minister that the use of the figure 15,000 jobs is what was at stake in building Kinder Morgan was an exaggeration which even Kinder Morgan had never suggested. I've decided in the few moments allowed to me now, my 4 minutes, to put forward the 5 top whoppers of claims about Kinder Morgan that are not factually correct, and hope I have time to add some facts of what is correct. 15,000 jobs is something that's repeated often. I don't know where it came from. Kinder Morgan's submission to the National Energy Board put forward that they would have the creation of their project would create a grand total of 2,500 jobs a year for 2 years. They never asserted more than that, and they asserted 90 permanent jobs. So I don't know, there's no multiplier factor I can find that comes to 15,000 permanent jobs, 2,500 jobs a year in construction for 2 years. Secondly, repeated quite often, is the idea that this pipeline has been operated by Kinder Morgan since 1953, shipping dilbit with no problems. 2 problems with that statement. In 1953, the pipeline was run by a different company, TransCanada, and it was shipping a different product, crude, not dilbit. Until Kinder Morgan took it over and bought it in the early 2000s, starting by 2004, 2005, very small amounts of bitumen mixed with diluent started to be shipped. This is a substance that has specific problems that are very different from crude. So, third point that keeps being claimed. Dilbit's just like crude, anyone can clean it up. We know this isn't true because of a spill that happened in an Enbridge pipeline in Kalamazoo, Michigan. That was the first time that even people like me who were dubious about pipelines realized that shipping diluted bitumen was an entirely different matter than shipping crude. Dilbit in the Kalamazoo River separated, the diluent floating to the surface and making the neighborhoods surrounding it sick. It was the symptoms of human illness that alerted Enbridge that they had a pipeline break because they had systematically shut off all the alarms as they went off in the control room. And then the bitumen sank to the floor of the river. The studies on bitumen and diluent fall into different categories. The ones done approximating ocean conditions, such as at the Bedford Institute for Oceanography in Halifax, show that in actual ocean water with sand and bits of seaweed and so on, when the diluent separates, the bitumen forms oil balls around particulates, and then it sinks. If you, however, fill a tank full of fresh water in Alberta and add in salt and do your studies there, they are able to report that bitumen mixed with diluent will float, at least for a while, till the diluent floats away. The next big whopper is that there's a $73 billion benefit to the Canadian economy over 20 years. That comes from a study by a company called Muse Stencil. Kinder Morgan submitted that in the NEB process. It was thoroughly reviewed by economists working for the City of Vancouver, who found that it was fatally flawed. A conclusion also reached by a Minnesota public government review of a report by the same company. They found that their assumptions and their data were unrealistic and unreliable. And lastly, in my last 7 seconds, the claim that we lose $40 million a day, totally false.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all respect to my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands, I'm going to have to do this evening as I'm filling in for my esteemed colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. I listened with interest to the member's remarks and her efforts at myth-busting with respect to Kinder Morgan, and I suspect, I don't know that she cited sources for any of this information, but what I do know is that this government has taken a very rigorous approach to its approval of pipelines, has taken a science-based approach. We are in fact debating further enhancements to that, but this government, in a surfeit of caution, added a layer of suspenders and belt, if you will, to the approval of the Kinder Morgan pipeline by appointing a review panel. That review panel led, coupled with the NEB approval, led the government to approve this pipeline. And I think the rest is history. There are certainly ferocious arguments being made on the side of environmentalists. There are certainly ferocious arguments being made, for example, by conservatives in favor of the pipeline. We choose to take these projects on their merits, using science and using evidence, and basing ourselves in the knowledge that the environment and the economy are not a choice, that we can have the prosperity generated by a modern natural resource industry, one that has multiple points of access to global markets, that does not leave hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars on the table, or jobs on the table, and money out of the Canadian economy. We choose to have that growth, all the while making sure that our environment and the environmental safeguards that go with the construction of such projects, but also with the more general framework on climate change that our government is putting forward, where we tax carbon pollution and we therefore tax something we don't want, and hopefully see returned the proceeds of that to foster activities that we do want, whether it be innovation in the green economy, or whether it be income, or whether it be other sorts of things, as provincial governments and others see fit. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we've struck a very useful, constructive, and productive balance with respect to the Kinder Morgan pipeline. I don't know that the arguments on either side of the extremes of this argument are particularly helpful when you have a science-based, evidence-based approach that seeks to reconcile the environment and the economy, create prosperity for Canadians, create jobs in our energy sector and beyond, and also make sure that Canada retains its leadership role as a participant in the war on climate change, and more generally, a leader at the vanguard of environmental protection the world over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will go to sources in the time I have remaining. The source that there is not 15,000 jobs but 2,500 over 2 years comes from Volume 5 of the submission of Kinder Morgan to the National Energy Board. I also direct the Parliamentary Secretary to the submissions from Unifor and the Alberta Federative Labour that Kinder Morgan threatens jobs, information the NEB refused to hear. Secondly, that Kinder Morgan has been shipping only since it was created, can be found on any site, but that the Dilbit cannot be cleaned up. I refer the honourable member to the report of the Royal Society of Canada Expert Panel and the American Academy of Sciences. To the question of the exaggerated claims of financial benefit, I refer him to a report from Minnesota Department of Commerce and the Evidence of Vancouver, which can be found in an article April 11th in the Tyee by Andrew Nikiforuk titled Kinder Morgan's Blackmail. The sources are hyperlinked to that article. Lastly, $40 million a day. Google Robin Allen Scotiabank report, a fantasy, and you will find all the sources there.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I have a great deal of respect for the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, and obviously we can disagree without being disagreeable. I too have a couple of sources. Toronto Dominion Bank, TD Bank, has calculated that Canada's reliance on oil exports to the United States has cost the Canadian economy $117 billion over the last 7 years. If you apply even conservative inflation estimates and project into the future, Mr. Speaker, we've foregone and will continue to forego billions of dollars in tax revenues that can be used to fund an ocean protection plan, tax revenues that can be used to build hospitals and schools, tax revenues that can be used to help Canadians in need, and indeed tax revenues that can be used to help with reconciliation with Canada's Indigenous peoples. And on that, I would also point out the 43 Indigenous communities that have signed for millions in benefit agreements along the pipeline's route. This is an important issue, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I asked the question regarding harassment in the Canada Post workplace in February, the minister assured me that she was doing everything in her power to address the issue. Yet, when I attended the CUPW Spring Educational Conference at the end of April, members were quite vocal about the fact that harassment is still one of the biggest issues plaguing them in the workplace. There appears to be some light on the horizon, though, here, Mr. Speaker, if not late in its timing, for those already suffering the effects of bullying and harassment. The Canadian Union of Postal Workers reported on May the 9th that some incremental first steps had finally been taken on the part of the minister, who assured them that there would be follow-up. I do hope that that's the case, Mr. Speaker. During committee hearings on Bill C-65, a union representative described it as a culture of harassment that is deep-seated and systemic. New Democrats are committed to supporting workers in the finding of a resolution to reduce incidences of bullying and harassment in all workplaces. And as the NDP critic for Canada Post, addressing this dysfunctional culture within the corporation is my primary concern. We have witnessed a steady deterioration in the working conditions of postmasters and assistants in terms of reduction of hours, post office closures, and other issues that contribute significantly to the potential for stress and unhealthy conflict in the workplace. CPAA members report mental health issues related to this particular situation, things like absenteeism, second only to musculoskeletal issues. While workplace conditions are not always the cause of mental health issues, a culture of bullying and harassment certainly does nothing to alleviate workers' stress levels. It just makes sense, Mr. Speaker, to work to create an overall cultural change at Canada Post that improves working conditions and reduces stress with meaningful and concrete solutions. To quote the Government of Canada's Department of Employment and Social Development, November 2nd, 2017, in a release, the report entitled Harassment and Sexual Violence, What We Heard, the report stated, harassment and sexual violence are unacceptable, period. The Government of Canada made a commitment to Canadians to take action to ensure that federal workplaces, including Parliament Hill, are free from these types of behaviours. Harassment and sexual violence in the workplace negatively impact not only the person experiencing these behaviours, but also their families, co-workers, and their employers. The release goes on to say that the government is committed to taking meaningful action to address the full spectrum of harassment and sexual violence at work, and will be announcing next steps in the near future. While I'm encouraged to hear that, Jessica McDonald, Canada Post's new CEO, has initiated discussions with the Canadian Postmasters and Assistants Union to discuss bullying and harassment in the workplace. It appears that she is attempting to find the root of the problem and a solution as well, and that she's open to working with the unions. This gives me cause for hope. Mr. Speaker, The time for addressing these situations, these issues, is now. We can't afford the cost of bullying and harassment in the workplace. We can't afford it in human terms, nor can we afford it in dollars and cents, because the bottom line is that this kind of disruption of work costs us all. So, I'm waiting to hear from the Minister.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be here today to discuss this very, very important issue. I thank the honourable member for her comments, and I can perhaps shorten that the length of that wait. I too, I was happy to join the Minister of Public Services and Procurement in meeting with the National President of CUPW and several of his colleagues to discuss this very issue, where they presented us with a number of specific allegations and then, of course, also a number of general observations with respect to harassment, bullying in the workplace. This is something that we take very, very seriously, and in enunciating our new vision for Canada Post, where we kept our promises around home delivery, where we kept our promise to renew the board of Canada Post and kept our promise to change the leadership at Canada Post. We also made sure that we put the accent on improving the labour management climate at Canada Post. We frankly agree that a healthy workplace is a sign of a healthy corporation, and that all sides, labour, management, and others, have an obligation to work together to create a harmonious work environment free of bullying, free of harassment for everyone. Post Canada s'est engagé à offrir un...
Canada Post has committed to creating a workplace that is healthy, free of violence. We need a systemic approach to deal with problems that have been brought forward, to do this promptly, with professionalism and discretion.
Actively promoting workplace policies that reinforce this commitment. Employees have been provided with access to a toll-free hotline managed by a third party and are encouraged to call to report any kind of workplace incident. Comme l'a dit le Premier ministre à Winnipeg.
As the Prime Minister said in Winnipeg, any threats and a bullying is never acceptable in this country, and he takes this very seriously, as we do when there are cases in a Crown corporation under federal jurisdiction. The problem of sexual harassment is especially disturbing.
65. This bill, which is currently being considered in the other place, will create a more robust regime that better addresses harassment and violence in all federally regulated workplaces, including, of course, Canada Post. And this legislation is part of a comprehensive strategy focused on three main goals: to prevent incidents of harassment and violence from occurring, to respond effectively to these incidents when they do occur, and to support victims, survivors, and employers in the process. Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of the progress that we've made at Canada Post and working with our partners in the labour unions. We want to ensure that Canada Post continues to have a bright future. That's why we've renewed the Board of Directors. That's why we are renewing and will continue to renew the management of Canada Post. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we're proud to stand here and say we are with the employees in their desire to have a harmonious and productive workplace at Canada Post and indeed everywhere. Thank you.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to differ. This government, in its election promises, led voters to believe that they would restore lost postal services, and they have done nothing of the sort. I do know that Canada Post workers, represented by CPAA and CUPW, will be eager to hear that progress is being made on the part of the corporation, and that the government is committed to addressing and preventing bullying and harassment in the workplace. Very important, because the workers, their livelihoods, their families are depending on it. Bills, Mr. Speaker, are only lip service. until there is determined and dedicated action. And I've promised the workers at Canada Post that I would work as effectively as possible to change the reality in their workplace. Canada is a country of incredible prosperity. We can deliver the mail, and we can deliver financial services, and we can do it effectively if this government will just listen.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I thank the member for her intervention on this issue and indeed on the future of Canada Post. We, too, are committed to a bright future at Canada Post. We, too, are committed to workplaces free of harassment and bullying. We, too, are taking measures that include the passage of Bill C-65, hopefully very soon, and also other active measures that will govern workplaces and make sure that we have a climate of respect, of collaboration, and of harmony in Canada Post and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, in one of my first questions as the NDP's agriculture critic, I decided to put this government on the spot regarding the words it says in this House with regards to protecting our supply-managed sectors and trying to match those up with its actions. And I think the premise of my question was that, if the Canada-EU Free Trade Agreement, commonly known as CETA, had created a breach in our supply management sectors, that the CPTPP threatens to create a wide-open breach, to basically blow it wide open. Now, I think all honourable members, especially those who have agricultural sectors in their ridings, are quite aware that there are three main pillars to supply management. It's import control, producer pricing, and production discipline. And I liken it to a three-legged stool. This stool simply will not stand up if just one of those measures are not kept in control. And so if we look at import controls, if it's weakened, it will have an impact on the other two pillars. Now, CPTPP, we know that certain percentages have been guaranteed of market access to foreign countries, to our supply managed sectors. And people in those sectors are starting to raise the alarm. It's all well and good for the Minister of Agriculture to stand in this House to claim that the Liberal Party was the one that brought in supply management and it's there to defend it. But again, I go back to the earlier point, Mr. Speaker, of actions meeting words. And I think there's a bit of concern on this side of the House and also amongst some of the major players that while the Minister of Agriculture means well in his words, he may not be the one that's fully driving this agenda, and that other members of Cabinet are in fact undermining his position. Now, if we look at some of the myths that exist out there with supply management, I think the artificial pricing and limiting the supply are probably the two biggest myths that are out there. And, I acknowledge that out there in the punditry, this is a bit of a political football. I think that the critics, however, are a bit distant from the consumer, and I think they lack in a holistic view of farming and agriculture today. I am privileged to represent a few farmers in my riding from the supply managed sectors. In fact, the former president of the Dairy Farmers of Canada, Mr. Wally Smith, is a constituent of mine, so I know very well the sector. Now, if you look at pricing, the big factor here is what happens in the United States. If they overproduce a commodity such as eggs, or underproduce, the supply or the prices fluctuate, and that's really what causes the major detractions from Canadian price. And also in limiting supply. Supply management does not limit supply. It's really all about monitoring the supply and trying to make sure that producers are matching demand. Now, don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. We just have to look at some of the statistics and, in fact, what some of the major stakeholders are, in fact, saying about this government. I'll quote from the Dairy Farmers of Canada, Mr. Pierre Lampron, the president, who said, and I quote, "On the one hand, the Canadian government has repeatedly stated that it wants a vibrant, strong, and growing dairy sector that creates jobs and fosters investments. But on the other hand, it continues to carve out pieces of our domestic dairy market, first through CETA and now through the CPTPP. The government must understand that in continuing to make these concessions, they are putting the Canadian dairy sector in jeopardy." And Mr. Speaker, it goes across, if you talk to the chicken farmers of Canada, the egg producers and so on, you will find similar quotes. And so what I'm really looking for today is really for this government through the parliamentary secretary to really match their words with their actions, or in fact match their actions with their words. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll let the parliamentary secretary respond, and I hope to hear something good from him. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague across the way with whom I had the fortune to be on a trip last week across the country looking at our agricultural exports. The government fully understands the importance of the agriculture sector for our economy, our trade, and our jobs. And this is why promoting agri-trade interests is a priority for our government. On average, about half the value of our agricultural production is exported. We are the first world exporter of canola flax, pulse, wild blueberries, and among the top 3 exporters of wheat and pork. Exports of Canadian products have grown about 10% a year, and Budget 2017 has set a goal of $75 billion per year from here between now and 2025. Negotiation and the conclusion of agreements, free trade agreements, will help us to achieve this goal by opening access to new markets and by regulatory cooperation, as well as an in-depth integration with our trade partners. As well, the maintenance of a supply management system is a priority. Supply management is a system that our producers have chosen for themselves, and it's been working for more than 40 years. Producers and processors of milk, poultry, and eggs in Canada are essential to the prosperity and the growth of our country, besides being an integral part of Canadian agriculture. You know, Mr. Speaker, when I was a young man, I grew up on a dairy farm that had come down from my ancestors. And I remembered when I was 7 or 8 years old, when we were milking cows, when we had this milk to sell, and the truck came around, and they could sort of offer the price they wanted, and that's when dairy producers got together to bring in the supply management system. So I really know what I'm talking about. Dairy producers in Canada were able then to thrive in their businesses. Market development and the protection of supply management are not mutually exclusive. Canada is developing new markets worldwide for its products while defending the interests of Canadian industries, including those under supply management. Over the years, Canada has signed successful free trade agreements with important trade partners. This message has been made again and again, and it continues to be hammered on at the negotiating table. We want a table. We want an agreement, but not just any agreement. We want to defend our national interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary for his words. I want to repeat, I don't doubt the sincerity of the Minister or the Parliamentary Secretary in defending supply management, but I just want to see the actions of the Government of Canada matching up those words. And, I don't have much time, but, I just want to leave with this House a great statistic from 2015. You know, in the United States, there are 199 egg producers that represent 99% of the overall supply versus 1,014 in Canada, which produce 100%. So if you look at that, Mr. Speaker, and the size differences of our country, the fact that Canada is able to have over 1,000 egg producers all thriving because of supply management, I think that speaks to the strength of the system, to how we can keep the small family farm thriving. And the Parliamentary Secretary can be sure that I will be doing my duty as the NDP's agriculture critic in holding his government to account on their words. And I thank him for his words tonight.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his work, and I repeat, we will defend supply management. This has not prevented Canada from coming to various agreements, free trade agreements, or renegotiating them. The supply management system is an integral part of Canadian agriculture, and I can assure you that we will protect it and we will defend it. The government also wants new markets, and it wants to promote the interests of our farmers by negotiating new free trade agreements and by updating existing agreements, since trade is essential to the success and competitiveness of agriculture and agri-food in Canada. With respect to trade negotiations, Canada's position has always been to promote supply management. The government has... The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted accordingly.
Tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.